Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Oni Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izumi's life had gone to hell since the diagnosis. In the 4 years since, everything had changed for the girl. While she had never had any friends, her quirkless status had made her a social pariah. Her best friend Bokugu Katsuki had essentially turned into her worst tormentor. No matter how hard she tried at school, she could only get middling grades at best, and it seemed that the only person to actually care for her was her mother. Even then, Midoriya Inko thought her to be frail, weak, in need of protection. It all frustrated Izumi to no end. Still, her goal had never changed. She was going to be a hero. She knew she was smart and knew how to rely on it. She could train her body, yet she was very much aware that her mind would be her greatest asset. She spent hours every day working on her notebooks, analyzing quirks, thinking of support gear she could use as a hero. With the gods as her witnesses, she would become the first quirkless hero. Inko feared for her child. She was much too reckless for her own good. She knew her daughter would never give up on her dream of becoming a hero. That was just who Izumi was, and yet, as a mother, all she wanted was to keep her safe. It didn't help that the girl constantly went out to look for hero fights for her analyses. Why couldn't she just be a professional analyst? It would probably save me a lot of stress. It also didn't help that she occasionally came home with bruises, or a tattered uniform, or something else that indicated that she had been hurt. It was always the same excuses. I fell in the park. They snagged on a twig. I bumped into one of the older kids, it's no big deal. Izumi was a terrible liar, especially when it came to her mother, but it still hurt that even though they both knew it was an obvious lie, Izumi insisted on keeping her pain to herself. The world was cruel to the quirkless, and even those with weak quirks. They both knew that intimately. It was harder to find jobs, to access public services, and that's not even mentioning the deeply ingrained discrimination that they suffered. Inko had luckily managed to get a job as a nurse, yet she knew that her position in the hospital was always in jeopardy. One of the only reasons they even kept her around was for the fact that she could pull out bullets and other objects from the patients with relative ease. One day, however, that situation would take a turn one night. Izumi came back from hero spotting with a smile on her face. She had managed to find the ever-elusive Edge Shot fighting a villain with a Gatling gun coming out of his stomach. It was amazing. Her mother, however worried she might be, was simply glad that her daughter was safe. However, something strange happened at dinner. Izumi ate one portion of katsudon, then another, then another, then another, and somehow didn't seem completely full. "Dear, are you sure you want more?" Izumi blinked, looking at the empty bowls in front of her. No. The child shook her head. I feel thirsty now. She replied. Thirsty? Baby, you've had 4 glasses of water just now? Do you want to go to a hospital? Izumi shook her head quickly. No, ma'am. I'm fine. I'll go to bed now. Inko watched her child climb up the stairs with worry in her eyes. Whatever had caused her sudden hunger and thirst, she just hoped it wouldn't carry over to the morning. Inko remembered the day her baby's life had changed. So many years ago, when they had gone to their neighborhood's quirk specialist, Dr. Tsubasa. A simple X-ray of her toes had completely upended their life. Quirkless. Inko was rather glad, despite her worry, that her daughter's spirit hadn't been entirely crushed. However, it had taken her father from the girl. She had no more love for Hitoshi after he left. His parting words made sure of that. I can't believe you want me to take care of that worthless child. You want to waste your life for that thing? Go ahead, but don't expect a dime out of me. She had discovered something new about her quirk that day. It worked on organs. She had given all she could for Izumi, and was happy to do so. Still, she sometimes wished her daughter could have a peaceful life, cursing the society that had decided to shun her based on her lack of a superpower. Oh baby, I don't know what to do with you. She closed her eyes, dropping heavily onto the couch and raising her head to look at the ceiling. I know there's no convincing you otherwise, so I'll just have to make sure you're safe. Izumi had a strange dream that night. There was the sound of a hammer pounding against metal. She saw that her hands were different, larger, and dark. She looked up to see a large mountain in the distance. She was different, yet she still felt that immense thirst. Without control of her body, she lay down the hammer and dipped the blade she had just made into water. She took a gourd from her hip and uncorked it, placing it to her hips. Whatever the liquid was, it was insanely delicious, even better than Katsudon, which was high praise in Izumi's book. She didn't know what it was, but it somehow quenched her strange thirst. That slightly acidic, fruity, and sweet flavor was driving her to tears with delight. She wanted to protest as her body took the drink away from her mouth, returning to the forge, where it began to sharpen the cooled blade. Her vision faded, then, returning her to the darkness. She woke up missing the flavor of the drink, feeling an even greater thirst than yesterday. She rubbed her eyes gently, letting out a loud yawn. Her mother came in at that point, after quietly knocking on her door. "Baby? Are you awake?" Izumi mumbled in affirmation, hoisting herself up and scratching her hair, before it bumped into something on her forehead. "Izuku." Something that must be mentioned is that, until that morning, Midoriya Izumi had been a boy. A rather short, scrawny boy with a wild head of green hair and brilliant green eyes. That was not the child that Inko saw that morning. In place of her child was a rather tall, tan-skinned girl, with visible muscles that strained against her all-might-themed pajamas. The only thing that managed to convince Inko that she was, in fact, seeing her daughter was that she still had the same green hair and eyes. However, while one might have joked that Izuku had a mane of hair, Izumi truly did, a large fluffy volume that hung down to her lower back, just as curly as before. Then she saw her eyes. The same emerald color, with a splash of red at the edges, the familiar diamond pattern of freckles serving as further reassurance. And horns. Izumi had two rather large ivory horns poking out of her forehead. "Mom? What?" The girl startled at the sound of her own voice. "What happened to my voice?" She stood up quickly, her steps nearly faltering. She was as tall as her own mother now. Why is everything smaller? Now, Inko was by no means a tall woman, standing just over 160 centimeters. However, you'd be hard-pressed to find an 8-year-old that tall, barring some heteromorphic quirks. "Izuku, I think you should take a look in the mirror," Inko muttered, letting her daughter stumble past her as she ran to the bathroom, clearly unfamiliar with her new height. Izumi stood in front of the mirror, eyes wide as she looked at her new body. For a moment, there was only shock. What happened? Why am I a girl? Then fear. Why did this happen? Why am I so thirsty? Am I gonna die? Then, something clicked inside her head. This? My quirk. All other emotions were drowned out by elation. Yeah. She yelled with glee, watching as she suddenly spat out a stream of green flames. She looked to the side, seeing her mother standing by the door with a mix of worry and anger on her face. Whoops. Inko shook her head, shaking off the spike of anger that came from seeing the newly made scorch marks on her bathroom wall. "Baby, we're going to the hospital." The quirk specialist of Mizudafu General Hospital wasn't the one who had originally diagnosed Izumi as quirkless. Evidently, seeing as she had indeed manifested a quirk, it was safe to say that man was a quack. It drove Inko nearly mad with rage, remembering the pain in her daughter's defiant eyes. "So, you're the Midoriyas, right?" the doctor asked, guiding them into his office. "Well, aren't you tall? How old are you, kid?" "I'm 8. Izumi said cheerfully without missing a beat. The fact that she was wearing her mother's clothing made her easily pass for a teenager. 8. The doctor coughed. "Right? And what can I help you two with?" Inko sat down on the chairs presented to them, instructing Izumi to do the same. "Well, he was diagnosed as quirkless. Yet today, when we woke up, he was like this." The doctor paused, looking at Izumi for a moment. "I see. Just one moment. Can you tell me the name of her old doctor so I can get the results of her blood tests?" "Blood tests?" Izumi mumbled in confusion. "Yes? Well, it's standard procedure. We take a few drops of blood for gene sequencing in order to identify the presence of a quirk factor. Inko and Izumi looked at the man like he had grown a second head. You did get a blood test done, right? He just took x-rays of her foot to see the joints. Inko muttered, a feeling of dread pooling inside her. The doctor furrowed his brow for a moment, looking mournfully at Izumi. So that's how it is. I'm sorry, kid. You should have had a good doctor from the start. Izumi could feel the tears pooling in her eyes. You're tough. I can see that. He stood suddenly, walking to the side to reveal a hospital bed. So, let's do the tests you should have done long ago. A very emotional half-hour later, which included several bouts of crying from both Midoriyas, the doctor came back with the results. I must say, Midoriya-kun, your quirk is quite interesting. We had a doctor with an analysis quirk investigate the quirk factor, and it revealed quite a lot. He sat back down on his desk, presenting the results to them as a formality, since none were really knowledgeable about gene sequencing. You see, your quirk is a rather interesting mixture of transformation, heteromorph, and emitter. Most quirks fall into one category or the other, but yours seem to have enough traits from each category to warrant a mixed classification. However, for purposes of registration, we'll call it a transformation quirk. What's it do? What's it do? Izumi asked with excitement as she had finally gotten confirmation of her new quirk. Well, it's quite a versatile quirk, kid. The main aspect of it is the transformation. The way you look now seems to be your default, but it seems you can transform in two key ways. Izumi nodded, wanting to know more. Apparently, you should be able to grow up to 3 meters in height, though that may increase as you age. Also, you can change your overall appearance for a time. Minor changes should be easy enough, though apparently you can change your gender at will. Inko widened her eyes at that. Wait, really? But why to a girl by default, then? The doctor sighed. I can't say. Though perhaps it might be because the quirk chose a form that was more comfortable to its user by default. He then looked at Izumi, who seemed a bit lost by what he said. Are you comfortable being a girl, kid? Izumi paused for a moment, seeming deep in thought, before smiling innocently. Yeah. I look really pretty now. Nothing like before. Inko looked at her newly dubbed daughter with relieved happiness. Izumi seemed so much brighter than before. That's good to hear then, young lady. Izumi's smile widened considerably. So, aside from those transformations, it seems your overall strength and durability has massively increased, and it seems you'll grow up to at least 220 centimeters. You'll be eating quite a bit more as a result, so try to budget accordingly. He warned. Finally, there's the emitter factor of the quirk. Fire breath, which combines well with your new fire resistance. There was also an indicator for an intelligence boost and regeneration factor. Really, Midoriya-chan, your quirk seems more like 5-in-1. Izumi's smile was too bright to look at directly. It's super cool. Izumi cheered, jumping to her feet. I'm gonna be an awesome hero, just like All Might. She declared. The doctor smiled, handing a document to Inko. Quirks aren't what makes a hero, kid, but I'm sure you'll be a great one. He reassured her, noting the tears in the mother's eyes. Now, there is one last thing that I must warn you about your daughter's quirk. In that folder is a special license that Izumi will need to carry with her from now on. Inko suddenly looked worried and frowned. Why, doctor? Izumi also paused her cheering to listen to the specialist. This quirk comes with a certain dietary requirement. Midoriya-chan, have you felt any sort of thirst lately? The doctor asked. Izumi looked surprised for a moment, and nodded. Yeah. No matter how much water I drink, I still feel thirsty. It is complained. I imagined as much. He then took a cup from his desk with a clear liquid. Here, to drink this. Izumi took the cup and smelled the contents. This is the drink I had in my dream. Her mother looked at her confused. Last night I dreamt I was a blacksmith, and I drank something really tasty. She downed the glass and smiled as she felt the familiar taste that she couldn't get out of her mind. So good! She exclaimed with a smile, showing her enlarged canines. Doctor? What did she just drink? Inko asked word. The doctor looked rather sympathetic to the mother, ready to deliver some rather bad news. That was sake. Inko's eyes widened. Your daughter seems to have developed a quirk similar to an Oni from ancient folklore. Unfortunately, that also means that she's developed a rather strong dependency on sake. He grimaced. That's why she needs that license. Her quirk seems to depend on sake to maintain her health, and it seems that her mental acuity and energy is actually increased by the alcohol. So there won't be too big an issue, though you should call if there are. Inko was at a loss for what to do. She hoped Izumi would never even touch a glass of sake. She had seen what drinking did to people, and now her daughter would need to constantly drink. Still, she wouldn't deny her daughter something she needed to survive. Thank you, doctor. Inko and Izumi left the hospital, headed for the municipal office. The daughter was elated to finally have a quirk, and a powerful one at that, while the mother worried about their food budget. Inko looked at her daughter when they got to the car. Look, Izumi, when we get to the office, we're gonna change your name and gender in your documentation, okay? The girl nodded. What do you think about Izumi? It's perfect, Mama. Izumi smiled. I can't wait to register my quirk. My quirk. Izumi let out a plume of flames as she yelled. Sorry. She blushed, whispering her apology. We'll have to learn how to control that, okay? Izumi nodded. Well, I think we shouldn't tell them all you can do, okay? The young girl raised an eyebrow at her mother. Why not? Inko sighed. I'm just worried people with powerful quirks attract the wrong kind of attention. So let's just register it as a simple mutation and strength enhancer, okay? Izumi thought for a moment, understanding her mother's argument. She didn't want them to get attacked by villains, after all. Okay. As they drove, Inko noticed that there was something bothering Izumi. Hey, Mom. Inko hummed to indicate she was listening. Do you think Dad will come back now that I have a quirk? Inko's face fell at her daughter's question. Baby, I don't think he will. Izumi grimaced. I really wanted to beat him up for making you cry and leaving. Inko sputtered at her daughter's statement before descending into laughter. Now I'm hoping he does do that. You'll defeat him for me, won't you, my brave little hero? Izumi's smile turned into a blush. Yeah. Next time I see him, I'll make him regret ever leaving. Inko's laughter died down for a moment as her daughter said that. Look, baby, it's not good to carry that kind of feeling in your heart. You've always tried to see the best in people and help them. Don't let him control you, okay? Izumi grimaced for a moment, understanding what her mother meant. Yeah, thanks, Mom, for everything. You don't need to thank me, Izumi. You're the best daughter I could have asked for. They began crying once again. They had properly changed Izumi's documentation and gone back home. In the week that passed, they slowly tested Izumi's abilities. It still unsettled Inko to see her daughter drinking so much sake, yet she truly didn't seem to get drunk, though she did lose her filter the more she drank. Money might be an issue, but she could just take a few more shifts at the hospital to cover her daughter's new needs. Izumi had also damaged some of the furniture as she got used to her strength, deciding to get used to that before anything else. It was a bit of a struggle, but she was thankfully still on vacation before the start of the school year. With her newfound physical prowess, she decided to start jogging in the mornings, thinking of it as training to be a hero. Her mother had forbidden any training that might harm her development, but this was enough for now. During one of those jogs, just as Izumi finished taking a drink of a delightfully chilled nigirize from the gourd her mother had gotten her as a gift, so she could keep the contents of her drink a secret, while adding a certain traditional flair that Izumi simply loved, she spotted a group of familiar children in the park. I wonder if I could make my hero costume more traditional looking. Like a hakama, though I really don't want to wear that tiger-striped stuff that Oni wore in the legends. She shuddered at the thought, before jogging towards the kids. Bokogu Katsuki was feeling frustrated. He had barely gotten any quirk training done since that shitty nerd disappeared. Demon cowered Deku. When we go back to school, I'll beat the shit out of that nerd. He growled as the extras around him played heroes versus villains, though in truth they were just using it as an excuse to beat on a kid with a villainous quirk. Stop, the girl curled in on herself. They had found her cradling a dead bird before drinking its blood. In Bakugu's mind, she was no better than a villain with that creepy stuff. Shut up, you shitty villain, he yelled, moving to attack her himself, before hearing a shout behind him. Kaken, I have a quirk. Bakugu turned around along with the extras, and froze at what he saw. Izumi, in her excitement, had activated her fire breath. So when she ran towards her supposed friend, hoping that he might be nicer to her now that she had a quirk, all he saw was a giant fire-breathing monster running towards them. Deku. Bakugu cursed internally, hating that he had actually been afraid for a moment. Some of the extras caved at the sight and ran off with their tails between their legs, screaming, Oni! It's an Oni! Help! That allowed Izumi to spot the blonde girl who was whimpering on the ground. She frowned, stopping a few meters away from Bakugu and his lackeys. Again, Kaken? Hurting others isn't something a hero does. The blonde scowled, rage boiling within him. Huff, that. You're always looking down on me. Just because you managed to get some FING quirk, doesn't mean you're less of a worthless freak. Expected her to cry, or apologize, or quake in her feet. He did not, however, expect her to take a large drink from a FING gourd. I really hoped we could go back to being friends, you know? I'd get a quirk, and you'd go back to being who you were back then. She sighed. But I guess that was just wishful thinking. If you keep hurting people, Bakugu, I'll just have to stop you myself. Like I'd be friends with a freak like you. Why the hell are you even a girl? Izumi stood silently. Answer me, you worthless he shouted before leaping towards the girl, jumping with the aid of an explosion to reach her face with an explosive punch. However, she quite easily caught his fist, barely flinching at the small explosion. Her hand tightened around his and she used his momentum to flip him onto his back, knocking the wind out of him with her surprising strength. Still, she said nothing. She turned back to his lackeys and watched as they also ran, screaming about her being a monster. She chose to focus on the injured girl. Hey, are you okay? The girl raised her head to look at her savior with yellow cat-like eyes. Don't worry, they won't hurt you now. I am here. She smiled, showing her new fangs. Bakugu stood up, huffing with anger, giving Izumi the greatest death glare he could. I'll kill you. You and that shitty villain. Die, you monster. He launched a much larger explosion, which Izumi barely managed to dodge with Himiko in her arms. Izumi, for the first time in her life, glared at Bakugu, which made him freeze up. He hated it. He felt weak for the first time in his life, and it was all because of that Oni. Just then, someone appeared in front of them, wearing a shining silver armor, from which metal exhaust pipes extended. Whoa, what's all this then? Ingenium asked with a surprisingly playful voice. He took note of the scorched grass, the destroyed tree, the apparent teenager holding an injured child, and the blonde boy scowling at them. The blonde boy snarled before looking at the hero. Well, what are you waiting for? Arrest those villains, he demanded. Ingenium blinked behind his mask. What? Kid, did you attack these two? Bakugu looked at him with confused anger. Are you F'd in the head, extra? Of course I attacked them, they're villainous freaks. Ida Tensei looked back at the two, noticing the supposed teenager looking at him with hope and admiration in her eyes. He looked back at the boy. Yeah, they don't really seem like villains to me. Rather, you're the one blowing up a public space with your quirk. A vein popped up in Bakugu's head. What the hell do you mean? Look at their quirks. They're monsters. Izumi winced at that, feeling a bitter taste in her mouth. Ingenium sighed. Look, kid, whatever it is you think you're doing, it's clear that you attacked two innocent girls. I'm gonna let you off with a warning because you're a kid, but next time I see you beating people up like this, there'll be consequences. Bakugu nearly blew up at that. What the hell? Why would I be punished for taking down these villains? Seriously, kid, go home and reflect. Ingenium's tone was now of command. Bakugu huffed, looking back at Izumi with hatred and a bit of fear before shoving his hands into his pockets and stomping away. Ingenium looked back at the girls with a relieved expression under his mask. Hey there, you two. Are you all right? Izumi smiled at the hero. Ingenium. I'm a huge fan. You just took over Team Ida 10, right? What are you doing in Muzutafu? You usually patrol in Hosu. She rambled, stopping when she heard a whimper from the girl in her arms. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. She's pretty hurt. My mother's a nurse, so I was about to take her home for a bit. Ingenium nodded. I see. Why not take her to a hospital? No hospital, the girl whimpered. Izumi frowned at how desperate and sad she seemed to be. Thank you so much, Ingenium. I really didn't want to fight him. She then seemed to remember something. She shifted the girl so she could hold her with just one arm, handing him an open notebook. I know this is a bad time, but can you sign my notebook? Ingenium took the book and skimmed through a scarily accurate profile and analysis of his quirk. Just who is this girl? Oh sure. Wow, this is pretty good, kid. Oh, and to answer your question, I'm here to visit some friends of mine. It's a pretty important day for us. You want to be an analyst? She shook her head. It's more of a hobby. I want to be a hero. She smiled widely. Well, I hope you make it. It was pretty heroic of you to protect her, he said, making Izumi nearly tear up. Izumi nodded, taking the notebook back and turning to take the injured girl to her mother. Good luck in high school, kid. Izumi looked back for a moment with confusion on her face. High school? I'm 8, Ingenium-san. The hero's brain paused as he looked at her retreating figure. 8? What the heck? He mumbled before pushing the information away and going back to patrolling. He had some hours to kill before he met with his friends. Inko had expected a relatively calm day. There were a few weeks left in Izumi's school break, and her daughter had just gone for a simple jog. So the bad omen she felt right after she left had unnerved her. What's worse, the odd feeling had been confirmed when Izumi arrived with an injured girl in her arms. Mom? Can you help her? She said she didn't want to go to the hospital. Inko panicked for a moment, before her training kicked in. She rushed to get the girl onto their couch and asked Izumi to grab her first aid kit. She looked pretty out of it, barely conscious. She was pretty bruised, and might have a concussion. She had to get her to stay awake. Taking the kit from her daughter, Inko began rubbing alcohol over her scrapes to disinfect them, before rubbing some soothing balm on her bruises. Hey, can you hear me? What's your name, sweetie? The girl's eyes were rather unfocused, not a good sign, and she coughed a bit. I'm Himiko. Her speech was a bit slurred. Damn it, that's a concussion all right. Izumi, can you get her some water? Izumi simply nodded and ran to the kitchen, while Inko applied a cold compress to Himiko's forehead. Himiko-chan? Can you tell me what happened? Himiko's eyes seemed to try and focus on the mother. Mean kids. Blonde guy with explosions. Oni-chan saved me. She mumbled before tearing up. Why save me? Monster villain? Inko furrowed her brow. You're not a monster or a villain, dear. She looked back at her daughter, who seemed sad at the girl's words. Here, take this, it should help with the pain, okay? Himiko hesitated a moment before taking the pill of paracetamol and washing it down with water. Thanks, she whispered, sobbing. Thank you so much. Inko wanted to hug her, but instead turned to her daughter. She said there was a boy with explosions. Did Katsuki do this to her? She asked, her face showing concern and rage. Izumi nodded, her expression dark. Yeah. He and his group attacked her before I spotted them in my run. I had to stop them. He got me a few times, but I'm fine. That did not at all assuage Inko's worry. Really, I heal pretty fast now. Just some scrapes. His explosions can't hurt me anymore. Inko hated the implication that they had hurt her before. Izumi, Inko shook her head. Himiko, can you give me your parents' contact so I can call them? They must be worried. Himiko suddenly curled up at the mention of her parents. No, please, don't call them. Well, that's not good. Inko sighed. Why not, dear? They'll hurt me again. I ran away. I was so thirsty. Alarm bells were ringing inside Inko's head. The girl was clearly being abused at home, Likely because of quirk discrimination. Maybe she's like me, or she needs to drink something special. Izumi mumbled. Himiko, sweetie, does your quirk need you to drink something? Inko asked for confirmation, earning a shaky, terrified nod in return. I need blood, she said, clearly afraid of their reaction. I always wanted. I'm a monster. Inko could help but hug the crying girl. You're not a monster, dear. Your quirk doesn't make you a monster. The people who hurt you, they're the monsters. Izumi had her own worries soothed by her mother's words. Being called useless was bad enough before. Now everybody at Aldro would call her a monster. Izumi stood next to Himiko, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Himiko, do you want to drink my blood? The blonde seemed completely shocked by her offer, before descending into tears, though now she had a smile on her face, showing fangs just like Izumi's though thinner and sharper. Really? You'd let me? Himiko said with a hopeful tone. Inko, however, had some concerns. Wait, you too. Himiko turned to her with a sad expression. She was probably going to forbid her from drinking as well. Izumi, your blood might be dangerous for her to drink with a concussion. Izumi processed that information as she stood in confusion alongside Himiko. Oh right. I guess there could be an issue. Himiko frowned. Himiko-chan, you can have my blood instead. Just a bit though, since I have a shift tonight at the hospital. The vampire smiled broadly, then sinking her fangs into the offered arm. Doesn't hurt at all, Inko noted, which Izumi quickly wrote down in a notebook she had suddenly manifested in her hands. After Himiko had drunk enough blood, she released Inko's arm and began purring like a cat, which made the mother coo adorably. See, can she live with us, Mom? Himiko suddenly snapped out of her blissful state. You can't let her parents keep doing this to her. Inko considered it for a moment. I also don't want her to suffer. Himiko couldn't really believe what she was hearing. I guess we can file a claim of domestic abuse and quirk discrimination with the police. Izumi smiled broadly and hugged Himiko gently. Tsukachi Naomeso wasn't expecting a call asking him to investigate a claim about child abuse. It wasn't really his area of expertise. However, since it was dealing with quirk discrimination, and he was especially qualified to confirm the child's statements, he went anyway. He knocked at the door indicated as the address of the family that had found her. Soon, he was met by what he assumed was the mother. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya? I am Detective Tsukachi, here to investigate your claim of child abuse and quirk discrimination. The green-haired woman nodded. Thank you for coming, Detective. And it's just Mississippi. She corrected, leading the detective inside, where a teenager sat beside a blonde girl, the former writing on a notebook as she asked the latter questions. Himiko-chan? This nice man is a detective. He's here to help keep you safe. The teenager smiled as she took note of him, bowing slightly to mirror his own bow. Himiko, on the other hand, looked slightly nervous at the sight of him. Inko motioned for him to sit down on one of the armchairs opposite the couch, which he did, taking off his hat and reaching for his note block. Don't worry, Himiko. I'm Detective Tsukachi and I'm just here to ask you a few questions. That didn't really seem to calm the girl. Why, you're not gonna take me away, right? They didn't pay you to take me back too, right? That question set off numerous red flags in Tsukachi's mind. This was probably going to be much more complicated than he thought. No, Himiko-san. Rest assured that I won't be taking you back to an abusive household. He reassured her. Before we begin, I'm legally required to inform you that I have a truth detection quirk, so I'll be able to verify your statements. Luckily, they'll also be admitted as evidence in a trial for child abuse. Furthermore, I must also record our conversation, in case it is necessary. Do you understand? Himiko nodded weakly. Izumi, on the other hand, looked very excited as soon as he revealed his quirk. Whoa, that's a perfect quirk for a detective. Does it have to be in response to your questions? Can you differentiate between lies and half-truths? Does the response have to be verbal? What about a personal opinion? What if it's something factually incorrect, but the person believes it to be true? Mumble, mumble, mumble. Tsukachi was slightly taken aback by the girl's rapid-fire questions. Izumi, Dear, I think it's best if you analyze his quirk after we help Himiko. The Oni girl flushed, realizing her faux pas, and apologized. Don't worry, Miss Midoriya. He waved her concern away and began questioning. Okay, Himiko, can you tell me your name, age, and quirk? Himiko swallowed nervously. My name is Toga Himiko. I'm 8 and my quirk. I can transform into people when I drink their blood. True. Tsukachi wrote down her information quickly and surprised Himiko when he looked at her without an ounce of disgust or judgment in his eyes. I see. And do you require blood for other reasons beside your transformations? He asked. Why yes. I need to drink blood or else I feel really tired and weak, and I think I start getting really obsessed with it after a while. True. I see. And when was the last time you drank blood? He continued. Just now. Inko-sen gave me some. True. And before that? When was the last time you had human blood? Her expression fell. Never. Sometimes I managed to get some blood from dead animals I found when I was really hungry. But it was never really enough. True. Sheet. Did your parents know that you need blood to survive? Yes. The day I got my quirk, the doctor informed them. True. There were tears in her eyes and Izumi moved to hug her before she devolved into a sobbing mess. This is getting worse and worse. So you spent 4 years being essentially starved? What happened if they caught you drinking blood? He asked, fearing the response. They hurt me and locked me in a room without food for a day. True. By that point, Inko was pretty much down for the idea of straight-up murdering the Togas, as was Izumi. I see. For what it's worth, Himiko-san, I'm really sorry I couldn't help you sooner. The teary-eyed vampire nodded, her words failing. For the record, do you know the names of your parents? T. Toga Iseijai and Toga Tadashi. True. Well, it's as bad as I thought. Her father's a pretty well-known prosecutor and her mother's a CEO. This is gonna be a pain and a half to deal with in court. Good, thank you, Himiko-san. You're being very brave right now. He said in an attempt to calm her down. Did they pay off any police officers in order to retrieve you when you tried to get help? Do you remember their names? Himiko nodded, unsurely. When I ran away before, I tried going to the police station near my school. Talked to Officer Daichi and Officer Nagisa, but they told me that they would put me in jail because I was a monster if I ran away again and gave me back to my parents. True. Tsukachi really needed a drink. He then noticed Izumi drinking from a gourd attached to her hip. Looks like a sake gourd. Why does a teenager have it? Excuse me, Izumi-san, was it? Were you the one who found Himiko-san today? Can you tell me what happened? Izumi nodded, sealing the bottle back up. When she spoke, he could just barely smell the sake. Yes, sir. I was jogging and stopped to drink. When I spotted some classmates, they were hurting Himiko-chan because they thought she was a villain. I stepped in when I saw what was happening, and we fought for a bit before Ingenium showed up. True. It just keeps getting worse. Teenagers beating up a child? What has the world come to? He grimaced, earning a confused look from Izumi. Teenagers? They were my age. I'm 8. Oh, 8.5. True. What the heck? Oh, her quirk, of course. Oh, apologies, Izumi-san. He coughed. Inko chuckled at that. Actually, now I'm more concerned. Why are you drinking alcohol at that age? His brain reset to his earlier doubts. Izumi seemed startled looking at her gourd, and smiled. It's my quirk. It's like Himiko's but instead of blood, I need sake. Like an Oni. True. She said joyfully. Look, I have a license. She showed him a plastic card, indicating that she possessed a quirk-based dietary need, which confirmed she did indeed have to drink sake. I see. Apologies once again. I was just worried when I found out you're a child. He explained. I think I'm all out of questions for now. Just one last thing, Himiko-sen. This is a clear case of quirk discrimination and child abuse. I'll draw up a formal report and hand it in to the authorities. However, as Miss Midoriya is not a registered foster parent, I'm afraid Himiko-san won't be able to stay here. Both girls paled at that. No. Please, Mr. Detective. You gotta let me stay. Please. Himiko pleaded, crying alongside Izumi, who was acting much more like he expected out of an 8-year-old. Tsukachi thought for a moment and reached a strange but possible solution. I see. I think there's a way, but it's a bit risky. They seemed intrigued by the possibility. I, as a detective, have the ability to foster children in an emergency. I can foster Himiko for the time being and leave her in the care of a trusted friend while Miss Midoriya gets herself certified. Would that be all right? Inko shot him a questioning look. Who is this trusted friend, detective? He smiled. Why, you of course. He winked as the three realized his true plan, faces morphing into relief. Now, I must be going. Hopefully this can all go smoothly from now on. Thank you for your hospitality, Mississippi. Inko smiled at the detective. Thank you very much for your help, detective. I'll show you out. As they arrived at the entrance to the apartment, Inko's face fell a bit. Himiko's parents, you recognized their names, didn't you? She asked rhetorically. Tsukachi grimaced, putting his hat back on. Honestly, this might be a bit of a mess. Toga Tadashi is a prosecutor, and his wife is the head of a pretty large electronics company. They have a lot of influence and money. Inko scowled at Noon in particular. Damn it. If it comes down to it, I won't give up, detective. I can't stand someone who would treat their own child like that. She clenched her fist. Don't worry, Midoriya-san. He said. We'll keep her safe. I promise. Inko nodded, watching the detective leave and hoping that he would keep his word. 2 weeks had passed from that day, and they discovered that Izumi's blood did indeed carry the alcohol she consumed, though much less than they expected. As long as Himiko didn't drink too much, Inko ended up letting her, at both girls' insistence. Inko used most of her time away from work to study the material for the exam for her foster care certificate. It was less than she had expected, but still time-consuming. The fact that Izumi insisted on helping her around the house was adorable, yet a little sad for the mother. Himiko also wanted to help out Izumi, who she had grown very attached to. In truth, they were almost exact opposites in appearance. Himiko was short, blonde and pale, while Izumi was tall, tan and with very dark green hair. Seeing them together while jogging, it looked like Izumi was babysitting a child. Izumi had discovered a new hobby besides quirk analysis, one that slightly worried her mother, but not too much. She liked trying new types of sake and collecting bottles. She also kept a detailed notebook about each type she tried. Inko let her be, as it wasn't that harmful, aside from how it ate into their savings. Now, however, they had a new challenge to face, the Togas. Tsukachi had discovered that they hadn't sent out a notice for a missing child. However, upon being charged with child abuse, they suddenly decided to pretend to be very worried parents. It honestly sickened the detective, as he was able to tell that they were absolutely lying about missing her, being worried for her safety, and loving her. Their utter callousness broke his heart, and he decided to omit that from the Midoriyas, for fear that they might commit reasonable amounts of violence against the Togas. Reasonable for them, that is. For the courts, it would be classified as aggravated murder. Thus, Midoriya Inko and Detective Tsukachi, along with Izumi and Himiko, who was holding on to her Aizu-chan for comfort, arrived at the courthouse. Detective Tsukachi, taking note of the Midoriya's struggling finances, offered to pay for their legal counsel, hiring a very reputable attorney he knew from his years on the force, who wasn't afraid to face Prosecutor Toga. The Togas stood on the side of the accused as they entered the courtroom, giving Himiko fake looks of concern which just made the blonde vampire hide behind her taller friend. Don't let them take me. Please, Aizu-chan. She whispered. Izumi gave her hand a squeeze of reassurance. Don't worry, Himiko. I won't. I'm here. They were led to sit at the front, behind Inko and attorney Hitoshi, with Himiko staying very close to Izumi, who offered her comforting head pats. All rise for the Honorable Judge Shizaki of the First Criminal Court of the Municipality of Mizudafu, said the court official as a robed woman walked up to the stand. You may be seated. The judge looked down at her desk and spoke in a clear, authoritative voice. Very well, in the case of Midoriya and Tsukachi versus Toga, we now begin the hearing. The defendants stand accused of child neglect, child abuse, with quirk discrimination as an aggravating factor, in violation of the Child Welfare Act of How Do You Plead? Toga Tadashi, who had apparently decided on the bright idea of defending himself, stood. Your Honor, we plead not guilty. Those people are clearly trying to dash. The man was cut off by the judge. The time to present your argument is not now, Mr. Toga. As a notorious prosecutor, I would expect you to know that, at least. Tsukachi smirked with schadenfreude. Mr. Fuseiji, you may state your case before the court. You will have 15 minutes. Satoshi stood and presented his evidence to the judge methodically, including Tsukachi's official report and the recording of the conversation, which had been presented beforehand. Izumi raised an eyebrow at the Toga's surprise at the documentation, as well as the confirmation that Tsukachi had a truth detection quirk. Haven't they prepared it all? In truth, the Togas were so certain that they could buy off the judge like they had done in several cases that they failed to notice that rather glaring problem for their defense. Mr. Toga, the defense may state its counter-reason. You will also have 15 minutes. Tadashi went on a rather long-winded and flowery speech about how it was a cruel setup to use their daughter to defame them, how they had treated Himiko with nothing but kindness, how they had ensured her the best education, and so on. It would have been a convincing argument, save for the fact that they had quirk-verified statements of the victim and that said victim was cowering behind the girl that had supposedly kidnapped her, who had been sending the Togas a venomous glare the whole time. In the end, the Togas' hubris had been their undoing. The judge was thankfully not open to any sort of bribery, and they were both charged on both counts levied against them. Toga and Izumi hugged as they cried for joy, and Izumi decided to celebrate with some rather expensive ginju that Tsukachi had brought for the occasion. The detective was still quite weirded out by the fact that Izumi drank so much sake, but decided to let it be, since it really didn't seem to have any negative reaction for the girl. In fact, if he drank even a quarter of what she had during the day, he would have certainly passed out. It was rather late when Tsukachi arrived at his apartment, stumbling a bit due to his inebriation. Never thought an 8-year-old would drink me under the table. Just then he got an unexpected call. From Yagi Toshinori. Toshi? I didn't expect a call so late. The detective said with a kind voice. Now, it's been quite some time, hasn't it? I heard you just got done with a case, the Toga one. Tsukachi hummed in affirmation. Wanna get some drinks? Catch up. Sorry, Toshi, I couldn't drink any more. I think I downed more than a whole bottle of sake tonight. That Midoriya can really drink. Oh, the lady that took the Toga girl in? Huh, from her description, she didn't seem like one to drink. Toshinori chuckled. Inko? No, it was her daughter. Kid drank 3 whole bottles and wasn't even fazed. The detective grumbled. Kid? How old is this girl? You let a teenager drink? Toshinori questioned, very surprised that the detective would let such a thing slide. Naomasa chuckled for a moment. She's 8. The hell do you mean, she's 8? Toshinori yelled in perfect English. Tsukachi, why the hell did you let a literal child drink sake? What did her mother say? Does she need help? Dimon, that reaction is pretty funny. I can see why Izumi does that whenever someone questions why she's drinking sake. Toshi, calm down. Her quirk makes her need sake to function. She has a license and everything. You really think I wouldn't have checked? Naomasa heard the facepalm echo on the other end of the line. You did that on purpose, you prick. The detective chuckled at his friend's antics. So that's a no on the drinks, then? Another day, perhaps? Tsukachi smiled. Sure. I'll take you up on it. Toshi said. Oh, and try not to get out drunk by a child next time. It's embarrassing. She can't get drunk. Tsukachi shouted. Ihol hung up on me. He put his phone back in his pocket and plopped onto his bed, falling gently into sleep with a soft smile on his face. Finally. It's over. All Might, what are your thoughts on the Toga case? Do you believe the Togas had a point? Their daughter did have a villainous quirk. A reporter stopped All Might after he had apprehended a criminal. Her skin was indigo, with purple hair. All Might's smile never wavered, though one could see how angry the comment made him. "There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, young lady," he said, clearly set off by her words. "What they did to their daughter is unforgivable. They're the true villains of this story. Villainy isn't determined by who you are, but what you do." He shot the reporter a slight glare. "I'm just happy that girl got justice and a new, loving family," he stated, before jumping off to fight crime once again. The following weeks saw the Toga name dragged through the mud. They had searched their large mansion and found the small, dingy basement with quite a lot of evidence that Himiko had been kept there multiple times. Himiko was glad to be in a better place, and with Inko finally certified as a foster parent, she now lived happily with her savior. "Aizu-chan." Toga called suddenly, as Izumi was preparing dinner while her mother was out on a night shift. "What is it, Himi?" Izumi asked with a soft smile. "When we grow up, I'm gonna marry you," she declared with conviction, making Izumi go completely red, hiding behind her gourd of sake. "Sure. And we'll both be heroes," she said, trying to change the subject. Himiko seemed content with her answer, and Izumi hoped she would forget about it. Himiko had just drunk her blood, so she might be a bit woozy now. Unfortunately, the new school year started shortly after. Toga's tuition and necessities were paid for with the money left after her parents' assets were liquidated. However, that was only for her needs, as despite the fact that she wanted to help the Midoriyas with their struggling finances, she was unable to freely access her inheritance until she became a legal adult. There was a lot of pouting and hissing as this was relayed to her. Izumi was once again at Aldra, or as she had come to call it, hell. Of course, Bakugo and his cronies had spread the worst rumors about Izumi. How she was a violent monster, and had eaten a child in order to become a girl, and all sorts of ridiculous stuff that everybody pretended to believe so they could feel justified in bullying her. The teachers were no better. Their homeroom teacher, Miss Ashihara, was especially spiteful. A quirkless hollow who had manifested a villainous mutant quirk was, to her, worse than garbage. She had to acknowledge that it was a strong quirk, and that it might have served a purpose for the goal of meta-liberation, but she was tainted by quirklessness. Not to mention the fact that the thing was a cross-dressing freak. Her ideal world held no room for things like Midoriya Izumi. However, despite all that, Izumi kept her head down and picked her battles carefully. She didn't even bring her sake with her to school, as they would certainly deny her the chance to drink it. There was also the fact that they were short on money, though they were thankful that Himiko basically cost them nothing, even if they would have taken her in regardless of the cost. Bakugo began leading frequent monster hunts during lunch and after school, though Izumi usually managed to avoid him by shapeshifting into an extra. Bakugo barely paid attention to whoever was around him, so it was relatively easy. She didn't fight back, because the school would obviously protect Bakugo to her detriment. She quickly recognized just how rotten to the core the place was. And it wasn't even a good school. She barely had to try to get perfect scores, though they were artificially reduced in order to be lower than Bakugo's. However, one day Izumi had an idea. One that might be her ticket out of there. "You want to make sake?" Inko repeated her daughter's words back to her, not quite sure what to make of the sudden request. "Yeah. I know I drink a lot because of my quirk, and to be honest I drink more than I need to. And I know how hard you work to raise me, so I wanted to help too. This way I can reduce our costs with my sake and also sell the extra," Izumi reasoned. As it was, Izumi needed to drink a bottle of sake per day, though she usually ended up drinking 2 or more. If they made a barrel full of the stuff, she could get by for a while and still have some left over, though she would have to keep to drinking just the necessary amount to keep herself healthy. "Oh, baby, you don't have to do that. Really, I just need a few more shifts at the hospitals, and I might get promoted soon," Inko said in an attempt to dissuade her daughter. However, Izumi didn't budge. "But Mom, even then, we'll barely have enough to get by. I know we're dipping into our savings every month. At this rate, we'll be broke. I don't want you to work yourself to death, Mom," Izumi said with tears in her eyes. "Just let me do this? At least let me try?" Inko felt her heart melt at seeing her daughter's determination. It would help out with our finances, and I can see how much she wants to help. Oh, damn it, I can't say no to those adorable eyes. All right, Izumi. We'll make some sake. Yay! Himiko cheered for her future wife. She had, in fact, been completely lucid and serious when she declared her intentions. I'll help too. They began to calculate material costs. It would take quite a chunk out of their finances, but since most of it would be in the form of the actual barrels they would use to make the sake, she decided it would pay itself off in a few months, if they had any success. The materials arrived soon enough, and they decided to dedicate the guest bedroom to the equipment, at Himiko's insistence. When questioned about where she would sleep if they used her bedroom to brew sake, she smiled widely. I'll sleep with Izu-chan, of course. Which, once again, made Izumi glow red like a tomato. Izumi, it turned out, was very good at making sake. While Himiko and Inko struggled to make their batches, Izumi made hers with minimal complications and offered to do theirs as well. Who knew an Oni would be good at making sake? Izumi asked herself jokingly. During the 2 weeks while the sake fermented, Izumi barely cared about Aldra, her thoughts consumed entirely by the excitement for when the sake would be ready. Inko had bought quite a lot of bottles and a printer to make the labels. The bottles were rather cheap since they were recycled, which was a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. After 2 weeks, the fermentation was done. Unfortunately, since they were in a bit of a rush, they wouldn't be able to allow the sake to mature. Thus, they labeled their first batch Genshu Shiboritate Seishu Jizake Junmai under the green Oni label. Inko had managed to register them properly as a business with the help of Tsukachi, who was the first to receive a bottle, which they insisted was a gift. It was slightly more acidic than matured sake, but now that they had an actual product to sell, they could set aside some of the sake from future batches for maturation. Despite being shiboritate, it was absolutely delicious. Tsukachi gave his complete endorsement after drinking it with a friend of his, who had also loved the taste. They managed to get a few shops and markets to buy their bottles and promised to come back when their next batch was complete. As it was, they were already recovering their initial investment. Inko was glad that her daughter was so passionate about something other than heroics. She had begun vocally supporting her career choice, but still thought it quite good for Izumi to have a hobby aside from quirks. The girl seemed genuinely happy, and Himiko was equally happy to help out the girl she very obviously had feelings for. Inko would have been worried if it wasn't for the eventual promise of grandbabies. Over the year, as Izumi and Himiko turned 9, the green Oni label began to make a bit of a name for itself. Their next big surprise came in the form of Tsukachi, who called one day asking for some bottles of their Jinju, as well as a lot of their other products, which they had commented about having made. Fortunately, they had quite a few batches that were just about to finish maturing, and happily sold it to the detective. In Tokyo, Might Tower was illuminated against the dark, moonless sky. Quite a few heroes and the press came by to celebrate the 30 years since All Might's debut as a pro hero, the iconic clip of him saving over 1,000 people from an earthquake. The guests flowed in, making small talk between those that already knew each other. Endeavor, though he had been invited, was notably absent, but all the other top-ranking heroes would make an appearance. As the evening went on, an announcement suddenly came as a video began playing against a silver curtain. For 30 years, we've known an era of peace. With crime at an all-time low, we have built this nation from the ashes of instability. And now, let us welcome your host, the symbol of peace, All Might. I am here to greet my fellow heroes. The hero burst forth from behind the curtain, posing dramatically with his hands on his waist as his Silver Age cape flowed, despite there being no wind. How've you been, folks? His smile widened slightly. There was a lot of cheering, though one person notably stayed silent, wincing from all the noise. Ladies, gentlemen, heroes of all or no gender, he said. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Really, it means a lot to me, because although we're here to celebrate my 30th anniversary as a hero. Yes, I'm old, I know. He got a few laughs out of that one, even from the figure who hadn't cheered. Although we're here for that, I am here to celebrate peace. When I was a wet behind-the-ears kid, back when heroics was still taught in high school, for some reason, many of my peers wanted to be the #1 hero. I, for one, never cared much for that title. It was a means to an end. What I am truly proud of is being called the symbol of peace. But it's not something I built alone. I had a lot of help, especially early on. My dearest mentor, the first person to believe in my dream, my grumpy teacher, whose footprints I can still find as old bruises, my support specialist, David Shield. He gestured to the man who stood beside his daughter. My fellow hero, Sir Knight. He also gestured to the gaunt man, who smiled wryly at the attention. And, of course, all of you. I may be the symbol of peace, but you, my fellow heroes, are the ones that work day and night alongside me to keep our Japan safe. Remember, it's not the rank or the quirk that makes one a great hero, it's simply the desire to help. In the corner, sandwiched between a loud blonde and a raven-haired woman with way too little clothing, the grumpy man whose face was partially covered by his hair and scarf grumbled. Well, if nothing else, the oaf is pretty inspirational. He then noticed a few waiters scurrying around, bringing some glasses of sake to all the guests. A waiter also served them, leaving a half-empty bottle on their table. Green Oni, huh? So here's to you, All Might said. A toast to 30 years of our fight for peace. Here's to 30 more. Everyone cheered and drank. The black-haired man, Aizawa Shoyuta, drank his glass in a single gulp. He paused for a moment, taking in the flavor of the sake. Dimin, that's delicious, he said as his boyfriend gushed about how good the sake was. All Might smiled. You really know your sake, huh, Naomasa? Well, maybe he just asked that 9-year-old who could drink him under the table, huh? But I don't know if it's the party or the sake, but I feel ready to take on the world. Unfortunately for him, in 3 years he would indeed take on the world. Or, at least, the strongest villain in the world. A fight that he won through the skin of his teeth, and at great cost. So much for 30 more years, were his last thoughts before he fell unconscious, the brains of all for one still in his hands. At least I avenged you, Nana-sensei. Green Oni sake had been around for a couple of years. It was known as a rather elusive local brand, and after All Might had served it to the top heroes of the country, it had become quite a fad. So much so that many celebrity heroes like Iwabumi would pay over 10,000 yen for a bottle. After a few years, the Midoriyas were starting to not worry too much about money anymore. However, with their newfound fame came another issue: scale. The 3 Midoriyas were barely keeping up with their demand. It was high time they expanded their production scale. Izumi and Himiko were now 12 years old, and they had decided to go to the same junior high school together, transferring to Mizudafu Private. For Himiko, it was a way to be closer to her beloved, while Izumi was mostly looking to get away from Aldra and have a better education in general. Still, with regards to scale, it was clear their little homebrewing operation wasn't quite enough to deal with their newfound success. Not only that, but they might run into trouble with their landlord, who wasn't quite aware of what they were doing. Thus, their immediate goal was finding a warehouse where they could move their production of sake. Izumi's days at Aldra continued to wear down her patience, and the fact that she was so close to being rid of that nuisance of school district made her both happy and annoyed. Happy to leave, but annoyed that she still had to put up with their bullshit. The rumors circulating about her hadn't changed much, just getting progressively more outrageous. Some claimed she had burned down a district south of Shizuoka in a rampage, something that had actually happened during a fight between a villain with a gigantification quirk and endeavor. Others said she had caused the earthquake in Hokkaido, despite the fact that she had been at school when it happened. It didn't really matter that she was physically incapable of causing such damage in her current state. The fact that she was an Oni was reason enough to blame her for pretty much every disaster, natural or otherwise. Izumi would have to be lying to say it wasn't disheartening at times. It was infuriating, sure, but mostly it just left her exhausted. Any step out of line was punished. If she reacted to the taunts at all, she got written up for aggressive behavior. It also didn't help that Bakugu had eventually sussed out her little shape-shifting trick, which led to frequent beatings. It hurt. The punches, the kicks, the explosions, and the multitude of other quirks used on her pretty much every day. The monster hunts, as Bakugo called them, went so far as pursuing her over multiple streets, while she attempted to hide and distract them. However, Izumi began noticing a very interesting pattern emerging within the groups that frequently targeted her. They were too organized. She watched from the rooftops as a group of students ran into an alley, following her trail. She quieted her breath, heavy from running away from their pursuit. At the other end of the alley, another group had appeared in a seeming attempt to cut her off. A pincer attack? She shifted her weight to try and hear their impromptu conversation. Where'd it go? The apparent leader of the first group, a boy who had a quirk that let him coat his fists with stone, making them massive and dangerous in a fistfight. You were the one who had to lead it here. Can't you do your part, Rockhead? The other leader huffed. He was one of Bakugo's group of extras, a boy with a quirk that let him spit out large amounts of water. It was planned. But who? The only person who could plan this would be Bakugo himself, but he'd never just let his extras beat me up without getting the first punch in. He might be smart, but he isn't sneaky. Izumi narrowed her eyes as she considered the strange strategy the children had begun employing. In a way, it made sense. Catch her off guard by intercepting her with another group, leaving her trapped and surrounded. Given her greater strength and size, it was a viable plan. She then took notice of the composition of the groups. The leaders stood behind what she supposed were foot soldiers, making them basically a mass made to wear her down and take the brunt of her resistance, at least in theory, since Izumi prioritized escape. She noted that those foot soldiers were students with what could be considered weaker quirks. Even if one of them might even be smarter or more qualified to be a leader than the actual leaders, it seems that quirk strength was the determining factor for their position within the squad. There's a girl who I think has an intelligence quirk down there. Why is she being put in the front line when she would be more suited to strategy? She also noted that any heteromorphs, though there weren't many, were also right at the front of each group. Geez, wonder why that is. She steered clear of the street level for a while after that, determined to investigate the sudden organization of those hunting parties. It's got something to do with Aldra, I'm sure of it, but why? She had begun recording and filming the groups after catching that first conversation, but rarely did she get any useful information about who was behind the attacks. Sure, she had a good hunch, but without any evidence, she wouldn't be able to do much there. She was tempted to just ignore it. She would be leaving after that semester anyway, and it wasn't as if the hunting parties were being successful. However, she couldn't just leave it at that. Aldra was a scourge. The obvious quirk discrimination, the way the teachers encouraged bullying and doctored their student records, it wasn't something Izumi could just let slide. She had begun putting in actual effort into her shape-shifting. Switching between her regular and human form was easy enough, and she could also change her gender at the drop of a hat, though she preferred to stay as a girl unless she really had to be unrecognizable. She then worked on the more minute features. The shape of her face, her hair, her eyes, her height. Thankfully, the fact that she had a uniform meant that she didn't have to worry about someone recognizing her clothes. There were limits, evidently. She couldn't alter her general shape too much, nor grow any additional limbs, but it was enough to fool most people. Then came her attempts at giving herself alternate mutations, at least aesthetically. It was another layer of disguise, since most assumed that the unassuming girl with a cat mutation couldn't possibly be the shape-shifting Oni. Of course, that also meant giving people a false impression of her shape-shifting prowess, which meant getting caught often enough leaving the school, and another opportunity to investigate the monster hunts. She circled back to Aldra and disguised herself as a girl with a cat mutation, modeled after Himiko. She had strolled around the school in that form a few times, just so most staff wouldn't find her sudden appearance strange. She walked through the halls, trying to pick up on any sort of conversation. She eventually reached the teacher's lounge and stilled as she heard a conversation. "It's still here, damn it." The science teacher cursed. "It doesn't matter how many we send, it keeps escaping." Another voice, that of the literature teacher, responded. "Getting it to leave is secondary. The monster hunt is fulfilling its purpose." Izumi looked down briefly, making sure her phone was recording their speech. I don't see why we don't just expel the thing and be done with it. Her old homeroom teacher complained. It's an eyesore. Izumi froze as she heard the voice of the principal. This apparently ran deeper than she thought. That won't do, Miss Ashihara, he said, his voice sending a chill down Izumi's spine. Expelling a student without due cause would draw undue attention to Aldra. A benefactor is relying on us to raise the next generation. We must not fail here. A benefactor? Izumi wondered, taking care not to mutter. Someone is funding Aldra for their own purpose? But what could they gain from this coordinated assault groups, hunting me down? Did they also encourage them to bully me when I was still quirkless? Thoughts ran through her head as she came closer to piecing together the puzzle. As Mr. Curry said, the students are fulfilling their role properly. Our only issue as of right now is getting Bakugo to be a team player. His potential is enormous, but he's still too much of a wild card. The principal continued. He has learned the right ideas, but his mind is still clouded by thoughts of heroism. It's good that he wants to get into UA. We do need a man on the inside. Izumi's pupils shrank as she quickly exited. They're using Bakugo. Now I see it. They encourage him to attack the quirkless, or those with weak quirks. They teach him that strength and violence are all that matters. This is bad, really bad. I need more information. Izumi hurried back home. She's hiding something. Himiko thought as she nuzzled closer to Izumi. It wasn't uncommon for Izumi to be wrapped in her own little world, yet nowadays there was something clearly bothering her. Himiko could smell it, the adrenaline in her blood as she arrived home. Sweat that indicated she had been running from something. What are you not telling me, Aizu-chan? Himiko woke up with an empty feeling in their bed. She really had to thank Mama Inko for letting Aizu-chan use her old bedroom for sake. That way she had managed to spend the last few years cuddling with Izumi at night. She pressed her nose against the bedsheets, delighting in the scent of her darling Aizu-chan. She couldn't wait until they were old enough to marry. However, when she awoke that morning, Izumi was already long gone. It was unusual, to say the least. Izumi made an effort to get to school as close as possible to the first bell. There's something going on, and I'm gonna find out what. The blonde vampire's thoughts were consumed by her suspicions while still at school, and she could barely wait for class to end before running to find Izumi and get some answers. Izumi had once told her that she would be an excellent infiltrator as a hero. Her ability to genetically transform into other people would allow her to fool pretty much everyone. That was further enhanced by her minor cat mutation, which granted her increased agility and flexibility, as well as the ability to move silently. She had also discovered a secret technique, something that wasn't part of her quirk, but which she had developed in an attempt to keep up with Izumi. Sneaking up on Izumi was nigh impossible. She seemed to always be on guard, and her enhanced sense of smell and hearing made for an extra hurdle. Himiko couldn't compete with her physically, so stealth and superior speed was pretty much the only option. Thus, she developed her ultimate technique, which she called Shadow Step. With it, she became undetectable, erasing her very presence for a moment, allowing her to strike through Izumi's defenses. It had taken her a year to get to the point she was, inspired by Izumi's training to become a hero. As she was now, she believed only someone with exceptional senses, such as a pro hero, would be able to detect her while shadow stepping. Which is to say that when she saw a group of Aldra students running around, none of them noticed her standing nearby, hidden from sight. Damn it! It got away again. How hard can it be to get one Nifenji monster? Himiko felt her pupils turning into slits as she heard a boy speak. His face. She had seen him before, on the day when Izumi had saved her. She had to control herself to keep her killing intent suppressed. If only Bakugo wasn't such an butt and insisted on going after it alone, we could have gotten her already. A girl huffed, blades of wind dancing around her fingertips. Let's just go back and report to the teachers, she said, looking towards the boy who had spoken. You go. He seemed to hesitate. Why the hell do I have to go? He was cut off by a cut against his cheek, which made Himiko hyperfocus on the blood seeping out. Oops, must have slipped. The girl said, a twisted smirk on her face. Don't forget where you stand, Nobuyuki-kun? The boy, properly terrified, ran off, with Himiko tailing him closely. Demon Beach. Nobuyuki, nicknamed Fingers by Bakugo, cursed as he ran back towards Aldera. However, he suddenly felt something watching him and froze. He could feel something coming towards him, an aura sharp as a blade. What's going on? Why can't I move? I can't breathe. There was something, an invisible force that assaulted his mind, and he felt terror gripping him, like there was a hand grasping his heart and crushing it. I'm gonna die. Fucktish. His eyes rolled to the back of his head and he fainted, falling onto the filthy alley face first. Huh, I thought he would piss himself, mumbled Himiko, approaching the boy and swiping a finger across his blood-stained cheek, before lapping up the rest directly from the wound. Disgusting. It's like eating unseasoned, stale meat. She grimaced, letting his head fall back onto the ground. Killing intent. Something that both Izumi and Himiko had learned to do, in their own way. By projecting their overwhelming anger at someone, they could make them feel enough dread so as to freeze them up and even make them fall unconscious. Izumi wasn't capable of manifesting so much intent, so Himiko usually held an edge in that department, despite being the least scary of the duo, at least in appearance. Though still in its fledgling form, Himiko's killing intent still managed to overwhelm Nobuyuki, who was rather cowardly by nature and had never felt such pressure before. It also helped that the memory of the boy had awakened the blonde's cold rage, remembering the pain and helplessness she had felt, as well as knowing that the boy wanted to harm the one who had saved her. He's so not cute. She sneered. However, the first part of her plan was complete. However disgusting, his blood would serve her purpose. She had about 40 minutes in his form, and she would make every second count. Before exiting the alley, she took care to remove her own clothing so she could replicate Nobuyuki's uniform, storing them inside her bag. She would have to get in and out quickly if she wanted to continue undetected. She found the teacher's lounge within. 5 minutes, thankfully, and knocked before getting permission to enter. Ah, Nobuyuki-kun. A female teacher sighed. Fail again, did you? Himiko, doing her best to appear weak and frightened, replied. Weiss, it's just too slippery. She felt a twinge of disgust at having to refer to her beloved Izumi as an it, but didn't want to break character. A pudgy man paced around the lounge. Yes, that's what you all keep saying. Isn't that infuriating? He huffed. That inferior little monster is looking down on all of us, and yet you can't even muster the strength to take her down. Himiko had to gather all her self-restraint to keep herself from stabbing the man in the neck. Murder isn't heroic. Murder isn't heroic. Murder isn't heroic. I would help if Bakugo was there, she said, trying to keep her disgust from showing. Bakugo doesn't need you to take down that worthless monster. Remember that. Another teacher spoke, making Himiko once again remind herself that stabbing wasn't heroic. Midoriya cheated her way to power, Nobuyuki. It's still the same quirkless throwback it used to be. It shouldn't be too hard to take her out. Himiko's eyes widened slightly. She had learned that Izumi was a late bloomer, thought to be quirkless. Yet it only dawned on her right then what that meant. These people, they were the ones behind all her suffering. She bit down on her cheek to ground herself, already feeling an overwhelming anger towards those sorry excuses for teachers. I understand. W will try harder tomorrow. The pudgy man stroked his chin, chuckling. I see. The monster can't be caught because it's too fast for you lot, but it still has to stop somewhere, right? Himiko felt her blood run cold. Tomorrow, we'll take a different strategy. You'll wait by its home and strike when her guard is down. Remember, the goal is for it to fight back. We can't do anything if none of you get hurt. Why, sir? Himiko said, feeling her heart rate spike. These guys, they're villains. They're gonna attack us at our home. I need to warn Izumi. We'll tell you all what to do tomorrow. It's the last day of school, so it'll be your last chance to prove yourself, Nobuyuki. Your meta ability might be weak, but even so, you have some potential. Himiko nodded stiffly, exiting the room before finally breaking and running like her life depended on it. Sheet. She nearly tripped on the stairs as she ran out of the school. However, before she could get away, she heard a voice behind her. "Hey, Fingers! Where are you running off to, extra?" She turned her head to see the subject of her most fervent hatred. Bakugo Katsuki. That spiky blonde hair and those red eyes were unmistakable. Still, she couldn't falter. Failed again. Himiko bit back a hiss. Why? She keeps getting away. She cursed at her slip, noticing that Bakugo narrowed his eyes. She had to take his attention from her mistake. Why don't you help, though, Bakugo? You could take her easily. She immediately noticed how that got him to stiffen. Is he? She felt the scent wafting off him. He's scared? Good. Don't tell me what to do, extra. He roared. If I wanted to, I could kick Deku's sheet in at any point. Himiko severely doubted that, even as he tried to frighten her by popping some weaker explosions. You're the one who's pathetic enough to waste your time with these stupid hunts. Himiko felt conflicted. She wanted to kick his butt, but also wanted to avoid bringing more people to the attack tomorrow. Still, her anger got the better of her. So, you're telling me you don't want the first shot at it? The teachers told me that we're gonna ambush her near her house tomorrow. This time, she won't get away. She paused for a moment. Or are you scared because she's stronger than you? That seemed to make Bakugo completely livid. Ha! What the F did you just say? He screamed irate. I'm not scared of that shitty Deku. She's just a piece of sheet freak. Himiko smiled. He had fallen for her bait. He would be there tomorrow, and it would all fall apart. Then I guess I'll see you at her house tomorrow, she said. But then Bakugo said something she didn't expect. Word of advice, Fingers. If you go to her house, if you threaten Auntie Inko, you won't have to worry about Deku anymore. She stared at him in confusion. Because I'll kill you all myself. He stomped away, leaving Himiko more confused than anything. Auntie Inko? What the F dash? She found a nearby alley where she could change, before walking back home, the strange contrast between Bakugo's hatred and fear of Izumi and his surprising affection for Inko still bothering her. Izumi sat at her home, sipping on the last remnants of her gourd as she waited for Himiko to get home. She had once again managed to escape, but couldn't make it back to the school, as she spotted a messenger going ahead of her. Tomorrow was her last day of elementary school. The last day in hell. Soon she could put all of this behind her. She was snapped from her thoughts by the door to the apartment opening. I'm home. Himiko's voice was different from usual. Most days, she was extremely joyful upon arriving, glomping onto Izumi and forgetting all her worries for a moment. Said Oni secretly enjoyed the affection after a day of persecution. That day, however, Himiko sounded somewhat disturbed. She came round the corner to the living room and froze upon spotting her Izumi, which rather unsettled her. Ichimi? Are you okay? You look kinda pale there. Himiko seemed to snap from her dissociative state as her pupils narrowed and she looked directly at Izumi, before tearing up. Izumi, we need to talk. Well, shit. Himiko sat next to her, and for a few minutes they sat in an uncomfortable silence. Himi, did something happen today? Izumi attempted to break that tension. Himiko looked at her with a mixture of hurt and worry in her eyes. Today, Izu? I should be asking you that. What's been happening this past year? The green-haired girl winced, but before she could say anything, Himiko continued. I was worried, you know? I knew you were hiding something. So I go looking for you and you know what I find. Izumi gulped as words poured out of Himiko. Groups of students hunting you like an animal. Sent by your teachers. What the hell? Why didn't you say anything? Izumi let out a shaky sigh, feeling her hands twitching. You saw? How? Himiko frowned, looking down at her lap. I overheard them talking. They sent someone to report to the teachers. I managed to intercept him. She explained, briefly turning into Nobuyuki. Oh, Izumi said, blankly before remembering something. Wait, did you attack him? Himi, if he saw you, he would tell the teachers and they would blame me anyway. She said. Himiko, back to her regular self, shot her a side glance. Really, Izu? You're worried about him of all people. She sighed. He didn't see me. I knocked him out with killing intent. It won't be traced back to you. And he was already bleeding when I got him. Izumi frowned. So you infiltrated the school, what did they say? The teachers want you to fight back, so they have a concrete reason to expel you. Himiko revealed. Izumi hummed, reaching for her sake before remembering her gourd was empty. Yeah. I figured. I've been recording the evidence for a few weeks now. I was gonna give it to Tsukachi, but what, Izumi? Himiko yelled, making the girl wince. They're effing villains. Tsukachi helped us before, he can get rid of them. Izumi shook her head. You don't get it, Himiko. I need to get out of there first. They have a benefactor. I couldn't figure out who they are, but they're obviously influential. She reasoned. They've been singling me out since I was diagnosed as quirkless, Himiko. I'm not sure what their agenda is, but it's clear they have an objective with these hunts. So we stop them. If we get Tsukachi involved, we can avoid what they're planning for. Himiko stopped herself. Planning? Himiko, what did they tell you? Izumi's eyes suddenly shifted, and Himiko shuddered. Tell me, what are they planning? Tomorrow, they want to ambush you here. Himiko thought back to her years living with the Midoriyas. She had seen Izumi display many emotions, from overwhelming joy to pitiful sadness, but never before had she seen an expression on her beloved's face. Her eyes suddenly turned red as she snarled, displaying the tusks that she usually kept well hidden. Her aura completely changed in an instant, and Himiko felt conflicted between excitement and worry as she saw Izumi truly angry for the first time. You pushed it too far this time, she spat, letting out licks of green flame from her mouth. So, we're telling the detective. Himiko said, not phrasing it as a question, but a certainty. We're calling him right now. Izumi agreed. If that's how they want to play it, we'll play. She said, sending a shiver down Himiko's spine. After tomorrow, that sorry excuse for a school is gonna burn. Izumi snarled, her twisted expression lit up by the flames escaping her mouth. Ah, Principal Kobayashi, to what do I owe this pleasure? A sickly sweet voice echoed through the line, a pristine tone filled with casual superiority. Sir, I have something interesting to report. The principal of Aldera said hushedly, whispering into their secure line. I see. Is this about that little pest problem you're having? I could send one of ours to deal with it permanently if it's proving too much of a hassle. The benefactor said, sounding slightly disappointed. No, sir. The Hollow is playing its role well. The students are actively organizing in pursuit of it. Their frustration at its constant escapes is turning them into ideal soldiers. Kobayashi said, trying to make it sound better than it really was. I see. That's good then. And what of your shining star? Has he embraced our ideals? He asked. He has, sir, but we've run into some trouble getting him to fall in line. The principal admitted, sweat pooling in his brow. There was a laugh from the other end of the line, which further unsettled the pudgy man. Well, of course. The strong naturally resist attempts at being shackled. Kobayashi didn't explain that it was because Bakugo was still enamored by the idea of being a hero. Why, sir, but tomorrow we'll get rid of the pest once and for all. He said, trying to sell his plan. We've decided to corner it and make it reveal its true nature. That way, it'll have a permanent black mark on its record. No matter how strong it becomes, it'll only ever be a villain in society's eyes. The benefactor smiled twistedly. But make sure it's left with no other option. Once it falls into the pits of despair, they'll become the perfect asset for us, despite them being a hollow at heart. A tool is a tool, he said, venom dripping through his voice. All for the liberation of meta abilities. The principal touched his thumb to his forehead, making an L with his index finger. All for the liberation of meta abilities. It was all going according to plan. Izumi gave no indication that she knew about the ambush, though she had to admit they were being pretty obvious. They hadn't even pursued her as she exited the school, not even bothering to disguise herself. Still, she took an alley, thinking that even if they weren't outwardly chasing her, she might be being watched. She noticed him immediately, her training with Himiko making her more perceptive as a counter to the vampire's stealth. Plus, Bakugo was never good at being stealthy. His breathing was too obvious, and he wasn't even properly hidden. Plus, the smell of nitroglycerin that wafted off him gave him away, even in the filthy alley. Bakugo. Izumi stopped a few meters ahead of where he was hidden. Hope you didn't plan for a sneak attack. The blonde bomber huffed, stepping out of his hiding spot into the light. Midoriya. Izumi blinked. He never called her that. I know what those shitty idiots are planning. He spat. They'll attack me when I get home, right? That seemed to slightly surprise him as he froze. Yeah, I know. Should have guessed, you shitty nerd. He hissed. Izumi smiled a bit, turning around to properly face him. I'm surprised you're not there. I would have thought you'd be first in line to attack me. Bakugo huffed. That shit they're doing, that's the shit villains do. He snarled. I'd never target Auntie. He declared. I'm gonna be a effing hero. You don't get to call her that, Bakugo. Izumi said, baring her fangs as her eyes briefly glowed, making Bakugo freeze. But I'll give you some credit. You didn't fall for Aldra's bullshit. I don't suppose they told you who their benefactor is, did they? Whatever, that. I don't know shit about any benefactor. He spat. Izumi simply nodded. See you around, Bakugo. Hopefully when we meet again you'll have taken your head out of your butt. Izumi turned around and walked away, leaving Bakugo to catch his breath. Yuda. Looking down on me, he huffed and stuffed his hands in his pockets, stomping away in the opposite direction. Tsukachi was in position. When he had received a call yesterday from the Midoriyas, he certainly didn't expect it to be about a targeted attack by school children. However, when he came by to question the girls, everything they said registered as true. After today, he would have to pull a few strings to get this resolved soon. Hopefully, he wouldn't come to regret making a deal with the devil. He had instructed Midoriya Inko to leave their apartment for their own safety. Even if the attack didn't actually happen, they would rather be safe than sorry. He looked towards one of the rooftops of Endora Street, nodding at Eraserhead. The underground hero had come as a favor to the detective, though it was clear he wasn't really happy to be there. But Aizawa Shoyudo was never happy, unless it involved coffee and cats, so Tsukachi didn't really worry about it. Next to him were a few of his officers, notably his partner, Sansa, who tried to pass the time by grooming himself. Izumi had checked in when she had left Aldra, and she was bound to arrive soon. Himiko also insisted on being present along with the officers, having arrived just a few moments before, with the justification of wanting to make sure Izumi was alright. Said Oni girls soon came into view. Tsukachi then spotted the group ready to ambush her. They were hiding in the alleys between Midoriya and her apartment, standing in a position where she would be surrounded. It's as they said. This is a premeditated attack. The administration of Aldra Public School gave them Izumi's address with the express goal of getting the students to attack her while she was off guard. Sickening. The children showed themselves as soon as Izumi walked between the alleys, surrounding her on all fronts. The Oni soon identified the different squads and their captains. Seriously, are they trying to build an army of Quirkist bullies? Wait, they are. She identified 4 leaders. The girl with the rather powerful wind quirk, another of Aldra's favored students alongside Bakugo, the boy with stone arms, the one who could spit water, and a girl with a strengthening quirk. We've got you now, you worthless monster. The wind girl spat, commanding the fodder to surround her properly. Izumi, however, just stared at her unamused. Wow. She deadpanned. This is a new low for you guys. I didn't think you were dumb enough to go through with it. I guess it is only Bakugo who actually has a brain. Huh? Waterboy exclaimed. Who the hell told you we'd be here? She smirked, seeing Himiko appearing behind them. Yeah, that would be me. You really should be more careful with who you send as a messenger. She smiled sweetly, exposing her sharp fangs, before morphing into Nobuyuki. The real Nobuyuki looked at her slack-jawed, realizing that perhaps he should have told people that he had passed out in an alley without delivering the message, despite his fuzzy memory about the whole ordeal. Why, you're that creepy villain? He muttered. Before any of them could react, they felt two sources of pressure upon them. She's not a villain. Himiko suddenly disappeared completely, before reappearing right in front of Nobuyuki. Thanks for the disguise, dumbass. She smiled, much too widely, dodging his panicked attempt at a strike. Izumi snarled at them, her eyes glowing once again and flames appearing as she spoke. I'll give you one last chance to leave. After today, I won't be returning to Aldra. You can save yourselves the trouble. Her intimidation worked, to an extent, as many of the fodder turned tail and ran, not invested enough in the whole thing to risk it. They had failed in their attempts to fight her the whole semester, and she hadn't even fought them. They really didn't want to find out what she was capable of when she was forced to fight. The captains, however, stood their ground, fueled by the false confidence given to them by their teachers. Most of Bakugo's cronies also stood behind, though they were clearly hesitant. Cowards! The Wind Girl shouted, before turning her attention to Izumi. You don't scare me, monster. She sent a blade of wind towards Izumi, which she blocked with her arms, letting it hit her with enough strength to draw blood. That seemed to encourage the others, who similarly charged at the Oni girl. However, as one of them attempted to attack with their quirk, it suddenly failed to activate, making them freeze in confusion. What the hell? The monster took my quirk. That got the others to stop as well, as their quirks also failed. What the hell are you talking about? Just attack already. One of the captains, who were all behind the fodder, commanded. She formed another blade of wind, only to gasp as it also disappeared between her fingers. Izumi widened her eyes as a smile grew on her face. She looked up and spotted a dark figure on a rooftop. Holy woe! The captain with super strength attacked as well, only to be stopped by a scarf that wrapped itself around her. It's Eraserhead. The stone-armed captain looked towards the hero with relief. A hero! Come on, beat up that monster. He cheered, only to wither as the hero glared straight into his soul. Suddenly, the sound of sirens drew closer, and the students were faced by a small squad of officers. Stop this instant! Tsukachi commanded. Assault with unlawful use of a quirk is in violation of the Japanese Criminal Code of 2107. You can't arrest us. It's all that villain's fault. One of the assailing students protested. It set us up. Deku set us up. Aizawa sneered, his eyes glowing red. Doesn't look that way to me. His cold words made their morale shrivel into nothingness. As you are minors, you will not be arrested, but this incident will go on your records. Sansa stated, increasing the students' despair. That is, if you don't tell us who incited this incident. That seemed to break their spirits once and for all, as they barely resisted the officers. That is, aside from the captains, who made their escape as soon as the opportunity presented itself, with the officers and Eraserhead too busy with the foot soldiers. Himiko jumped onto Izumi, wrapping her arms around her neck as she smiled with glee. Izumi let out a breath of relief, realizing that, at long last, she was free of Aldra and its students, and could finally focus on becoming a hero and making delicious, delicious sake. She then remembered something and rushed towards the cops, with Himiko hanging off her and an open notebook in her hand. Eraserhead, I'm a huge fan of yours. Can you sign my notebook? The hero paused for a moment, looking at the page with a drawing of him on it, then at the smiling, excited face of the girl who was just attacked in front of her own home, and simply said, no. Izumi, however, was mostly unaffected by his response. Would you do it for a bottle of premium green Oni Jinju? Aizawa considered the offer for a second. Maybe. And that's that. Tsukachi sighed, dreading the deal he had just made. Indeed, detective. This is more than enough evidence against the Aldra School District. I must say, as an educator, this sort of scum makes me sick. Don't you agree, Aizawa-kun? A small white mammal said, a sharp smile on his face. The tired pro-hero huffed, taking a sip from his newly acquired bottle of sake. Getting literal children to do their dirty work. Nizu hummed. I'm more than happy to end their careers as teachers, and I use that term very loosely. Just don't traumatize them too much, sir. Tsukachi deadpanned, avoiding thinking too much about what would happen to the Aldra staff. Oh, I have no idea why you'd think that, detective. Nizu's eyes had a frightening glint to them. But perhaps it will be unpleasant. Aizawa and Tsukachi shuddered at his words. After a moment, the detective cleared his throat. Unfortunately, we don't really have a lead as to this mysterious benefactor behind Aldra's agenda. Their largest donor was a hedge fund that was apparently just a shell company. We have no idea where to go from here. Aizawa hummed. They hid their tracks well, whoever they are. What do we know about their goals? Apparently, their main objective was fostering Quirk's supremacist sentiments among the students. Though it is strange that one Bakugo Katsuki, touted as the strongest, most heroics-worthy student, not only abstained from today's attack, but also tipped off the police department. Though it does seem he bought into their propaganda, harboring a special hatred towards Midoriya. Tsukachi recounted. Nizu grinned. I see. I think we may have a lead, at least towards the identity of the benefactors. Say, detective, what do you know of the Meta Liberation Army? All Might. All Might. The hero turned towards one of the reporters who called out to him, narrowing his eyes as he recognized her. I'm Kazuki Chitose from Shueisha Publishing. He kept up his smile, indicating for her to ask her question. Where have you been these last few months? All Might grimaced internally. After his fight with All for One, he had to spend nearly a whole semester recovering. In truth, Recovery Girl had demanded he stay longer, but society was growing restless without the presence of the symbol of peace. Young Kazuki, I was at I-Island, assisting with the development of new gear with my dear colleague, David Shield. For 6 months? Isn't that too long to abandon Japan for? She pressed. All Might really didn't like this one. I don't much care for the implications of your question. I had always intended to return as soon as I was able. Furthermore, I have full confidence in my fellow heroes to keep Japan safe. And what do you think of the recent incident at Aldra School District? Kazuki needled him, hoping to get an answer that pleased her benefactor. She knew All Might stood for all things righteous, and probably hadn't read up on the incident beyond the fact that the students rebelled against a villainous student. At least, that's how her publication had framed the whole thing. All Might hummed. Tsukachi had told him extensively about the case, especially since it involved the Oni girl he spoke so highly of. That she was targeted by a Quirk supremacist staff, who were supposed to be nurturing her talents, it infuriated the hero. Ah yes, Aldra. He said coldly. It was a real shame what happened there. Kazuki smiled, as it seemed he was playing right into her hand. That such a blight was growing right under our noses, and it took so long to notice. All Might said, noticing her growing excitement, and feeling sickened by it. Yes. And now the police seem to frame those poor students as Quirk supremacists, for fighting to protect themselves and their community from a villain. She couldn't help but blurt out. All Might's smile suddenly disappeared, startling the reporters. I see. So that's your angle. He said, his usual bombastic Oregon. What that poor girl went through was nothing short of a villainous campaign of harassment fueled by bigotry. He declared. The Aldra school staff incited multiple incidents of violence against an innocent student because of her quirk. Not to mention their constant labeling of the student as an it. I would say they got off easy by just having their teaching licenses revoked. This is not the Japan I fought my whole life to protect. This worrying tide of Quirk supremacy shall be cut off at the root. He stated, his anger getting the better of him. Thank you for your comment, All Might. Kazuki shot him a venomous look and disappeared into the crowd. Despite her departure, All Might concluded. The true masterminds behind the Aldra Indoctrination Center are still at large. I consider the students of that school victims of propaganda, though my heart still goes out above all to the family of the targeted student. I will do my very best to support the ongoing investigation on the incident. He told the reporters before once again leaping away, knowing his timer was at an end. Takorochi Fuka had a decent enough quirk, despite her current limitations. Back in Aldra, she was seen as second only to Bakugo in terms of potential, only held back by her quirk's long wind-up and her middling grades. She knew she didn't really have a huge shot at UA, and was content to go to another course. However, that had all come crashing down on her last year of elementary school. She had a black mark on her record for harassment and assault with use of a quirk, all because of that beach Deku. Even All Might had fallen for her act, and Bakugo outright refused to help them in their hour of need. She stewed in anger, even as her parents tried to soothe her. At least they understood what had really happened. Why can't everyone else get that I was in the right? She was falling close to despair. The teachers that she looked up to, that gave her the motivation to be a hero, were now being condemned as villains. How could they? It was unfair, unjust. She remembered what the science teacher had once told her. It was because of the quirkless. They were jealous of her amazing power and wanted to bring her and her friends down to their level. They wanted to restrict her so she were as weak as them. And Deku was the worst of them all. She didn't know how it had gotten that power, but she would always be a hollow. That was the word that she heard before. Hollow because they had no power and they had no soul. They only wanted to destroy what the quirk had built. They hated them, their existence was a threat to their weakness. Fuka knew that she would only be free once there were no more hollows plotting against her and her fellow quirked, the blessed and rightful rulers of the world. However, before she could snap, an opportunity came in the mail. An offer to enroll her with a scholarship in a new academy in Daika City. She looked them up, and it was a state-of-the-art school that promised to help students develop their quirks. She didn't even question the sudden offer and submitted her application, eagerly awaiting their response. Finally, someone who gets it. At last, things were good for the Midoriyas. Izumi was relieved that she had taken down Aldra and wouldn't have to worry about that hellhole anymore. Even better, the money they had won in the lawsuit had made it possible to truly invest in the expansion of Green Oni. What's more, Inko had found a perfect warehouse for them to move their operation. They had moved closer to UA, to a better neighborhood, fearing retaliation after the Aldra incident, and found a rather large and empty building right by a beach, for a surprisingly cheap price. Inko noted that she had gone many times to Takoba Beach in her childhood, and was excited to show the girls. They walked towards their new warehouse with their barrels, ready to install their new equipment. However, soon they understood why the plot of land was so cheap. It was in fact very large and spacious. It was also a complete mess. The whole building had to be redone if they truly wanted to move their brewery there. Furthermore, the pristine Takoba Beach was little more than a trash heap nowadays, with mountains of rubbish piling along the whole expanse. Aizu-chan, I think we got scammed. Izumi sighed, along with her mother. Yeah, Himiko, I think we did. Well, this is still salvageable, right? Inko tried to be optimistic about the whole ordeal. It's still a pretty large space, and we can hire a construction company to rebuild it to our need. That way, instead of having to adapt our operation to the building, we can have it built to suit our business. She argued. You have a point, Mama Inko, but we need to hire someone good. Most construction companies build things way too cheaply nowadays, since they don't want to spend too much on materials for buildings at risk of villain attacks. Himiko reasoned. Yeah, Izumi sighed, taking a drink of chilled sake. But where are we gonna find a construction company like that? Uraraka Construction had just gotten a new job. And it was a big one. Uraraka Taiyu and Hoshi could barely believe it when they got a call all the way from Yuzutafu. Midoriya Inko had even offered to pay for their transportation and other fees, which made them decide to take the job. It would be a big one, a large warehouse by the sea, but the couple were more than happy to take on the challenge. Their daughter had just finished elementary school, and this would go a long way towards paying for her tuition, textbooks, and clothing. A teenage daughter was not cheap. Ochako, despite their reluctance, insisted on going along with them to help, arguing that finishing early would free them up to take more work, despite the fact that it sometimes took months for any project to appear, especially for a rather small Mia company. Honestly, they were a bit anxious about the whole deal. Despite Midoriya's reassurance, the fact was that most people preferred to hire companies with useful quirks for the building process. Aside from Taiyu and Hoshi themselves, the bulk of their manpower either had unrelated quirks or even none at all. Among other construction companies, the Urarakas were known for being bleeding hearts who would take just about anyone, which severely affected their opportunities for work. While they had once been based in Kyoto, they were all but forced to move to Mie to save on their ever-dwindling savings. Ah, you must be the Urarakas, right? They met up with Inko by the property, paling a bit as they saw the state of it. I'm Midoriya Inko. Thank you for coming in such short notice. Hoshi, the more even-tempered of the two, quickly bowed, pulling her husband and daughter along. Good morning, Midoriya-san. Thank you again for hiring us. You mentioned that you plan to make a brewery here, right? The green-haired woman nodded. Yes. We were hoping to use most of the space for sake barrels, while reserving some of it for storage, and add in a driveway for transportation of the product. Taiyu nodded, putting on his best professional smile. Ah, that's what we expected. It'll take a few moments for the machinery to arrive. Did you rent the wrecking ball as well? Inko blinked, looking back at the property, and turned back to them with a smile. I think my daughter has that covered. I just called for a company to remove the debris. As if on cue, the building shook as a fist emerged from the wall, shocking the Urarakas as the building caved, revealing a 6-meter-tall giant of a woman, with tan skin and large horns, along with a mane of curly green hair. The Urarakas had to admit they were slightly frightened of the giant, her large protruding fangs and wild features reminding them of an Oni. This was not helped by the fact that she had essentially brought down a building with barely any effort, and looked quite happy to have done so. Yeah, she bellowed before noticing the Urarakas. Oops. Too much. Inko sighed. A bit too enthusiastic there, dear. Inko sighed as her apparent daughter shrunk behind the rubble, reappearing a few moments later with different clothing. Ochako had been blushing nonstop, seeing as the Oni had been wearing nothing but a makeshift skirt and a sarasher. Hey, sorry about that. It's just been a while since I've grown to my full size, she said sheepishly, scratching her head before taking a large drink from a gourd. You must be the Urarakas. Her breath had quite the distinctive scent of sake, though she didn't seem drunk at all. Hey there. You're pretty cute. Ochako jumped as a voice breathed on her ear, a blonde girl with a wide smile appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Himiko, what have I said about sneaking up on people? Inko sighed. Not to. Himiko replied, innocently. And what did you just do? Inko deadpanned. The blonde, Himiko, groaned. But Mama Inko. Look at her, she's like Machi. She exclaimed, smiling from ear to ear. Taiyu then burst out in laughter. Well, I'll be Machi. I see I'm not the only one who sees it. Ochako pouted. Daddy, can we not? She stomped, before looking at the blonde and blushing slightly. I'm Uraraka Ochako. I'm 12. Nice to meet you. She bowed politely at Inko, then Izumi, then Himiko. Ah, hi Akin. Himiko giggled. I'm 12 too. Nice to meet you, I'm Himiko, she said, deliberately omitting her last name. Izumi also approached the young girl, smiling and bowing towards her parents. Hello. Thank you for coming and helping us. I'm Midoriya Izumi. I'm also 12. Please take care of us. That made the Urarakas sputter for a moment. Why you're 12? Taiyu looked at the girl. She was just barely taller than he was, standing at 185 centimeters. Her entire frame was completely different from what one might expect of a 12-year-old. Her broad shoulders and rather defined musculature, her strong jawline with barely any fat. The only thing that might betray her youth were her eyes, though even then, they were surrounded by a face that seemed adult. That, along with the ridged, slightly curved horns that added to her height and her large mouth, with large tusks where her canines should be, made her slightly intimidating, which also heavily conflicted with her affable demeanor. Ochako had thought her dad was a giant, but it dawned on her that he was just tall. Izumi, on the other hand, was a giant. A very beautiful giant. A very beautiful giant who was her age and could bring down a building and… Ochako was overheating. Wait, are you drinking sake? Hoshi also screamed in shock. She had expected Izumi to be a young adult, not a child. Yeah, I need to drink it because of my quirk. It's part of the reason why I started making sake, so I didn't drain too much of our savings. Izumi explained, smiling. Ochako smiled and nodded, understanding her motivations completely. Wait, so you're the one behind Green Oni? Well, now the name makes sense. Taiyu laughed, patting the Oni girl lightheartedly. Yeah. We were in a tight spot a few years ago, and I wanted to help ease some of the burden on my mom. We were pretty lucky that it worked out. Ochako was now 100% a fan of Izumi. Aizu-chan is pretty awesome, right Akin? Himiko teased, making the brunette sputter and blush, which earned a hearty chuckle from the Urarakas. So, shall we begin? Hoshi said, trying to ease her daughter's embarrassment. Everyone nodded. Izumi, it turned out, had always been planning to help out in the construction, and was rather enthusiastic to see quirkless people and people with weak quirks working in the construction process, promising to seek out the Uraraka Construction Company in the future. So, wait, you thought you were quirkless? Ochako asked her as they worked on the foundation. Izumi smiled sheepishly. Yeah, until a few years ago. My quirk came in late, and we accidentally went to some quack that didn't bother to properly test for a quirk factor before labeling me as quirkless. That's why I'm happy to see that you guys don't have any prejudice against them. No way. It doesn't matter what your quirk is. It's what you do that counts. Ochako said, puffing her cheeks. Izumi chuckled with a far-off look. Yeah. I just wish more people saw it that way. Ochako didn't really get what Izumi was talking about yet, but she knew enough to see that her time while quirkless had left an impact on the girl, and for good reason. She knew that quirkless people weren't well liked by most. Oh, speaking of, can I ask you some more questions about your quirk? Ochako snapped out of her thoughts and shuddered. She had already been subjected to 2 of Izumi's quirk analyses, and she wasn't that eager to be bombarded with questions again. 3 weeks had passed, and the new headquarters of the Green Oni Sake Company was complete. They celebrated by making a huge barbecue on the plot, with a lot of sake thrown in for good measure. Ochako and Himiko had to make do with ramen, though they also got some mochi for good measure. The 2 girls traded between their servings, with Ochako rather enjoying Himiko's pomegranate mochi. It was a bit of a strange flavor, but not a bad one. Upon discovering that Ochako also wanted to be a hero, the 3 made a promise to train and get into UA together. The brunette, seeing how far ahead the 2 were, was completely fired up and determined to do her best. She still wasn't quite used to Izumi's penchant for sake, and had a hard time believing they were the same age, but her passion for heroism and alcohol was honestly a bit intoxicating. The way her face lit up when Ochako started rambling about 13 struck a chord with the girl. Himiko, on the other hand, was an enigma of sorts. She was very upfront with her emotions, openly clinging to Izumi, stating multiple times that she had the intention of marrying her, which threw Ochako for a bit of a loop. However, she also flirted with Ochako very regularly, and seemed to be pushing the Oni and the brunette towards each other. However, she was very evasive about certain things, her quirk most of all. Ochako wasn't so dense as to keep pressing the topic, quickly noticing that it was a deeply sore spot. However, at the end of the party, as the adults were cleaning up, along with Izumi, Himiko pulled her aside. Ochako, are we friends? Ochako blinked, wondering where that had come from. Well, yeah, why wouldn't we be? She responded with a confused smile. The brunette was puzzled by Himiko's expression. She had never seen the girl looking so gloomy. Even if I'm not normal? Ochako didn't really realize it, but she found herself hugging the blonde girl tightly. You don't need to be normal to be my friend. You're super cool, Himiko. It surprised her to see that Himiko had actually started crying as she took in her words. You really think that? Yeah. I really like you and Izumi, Ochako said, before turning into a blushing mess. As a friend. She tried to correct herself. Himiko laughed, returning to her usual smiling self. Ochako, for the first time, took note of her sharp fangs. You're so cute. She giggled. Can I ask you something? Ochako raised an eyebrow in confusion. Sure. Can I drink some of your blood? Himiko said, blushing herself as she averted her eyes. Can you drink some of my blood? What? she said, rather taken aback by the absurd question. Himiko faltered for a moment, still not making eye contact. My quirk makes me have to drink blood, just like Aiza-chan needs to drink sake. I also really like drinking blood from the people I like. It's like, part of you is still with me. She teared up a bit. And we probably won't see each other for a while, so, her voice failed as anxiety got the best of her. Okay. Himiko looked back up, seeing Ochako's kind eyes staring directly at her. Okay. Ochako smiled. Yeah. You can drink some of my blood, Himiko-chan. Why, you don't think I'm a monster? Himiko smiled despite the tears in her eyes. Ochako hugged the girl again. I'd never think that, Himiko-san. You're my friend. Akin, Himiko whispered, before Ochako felt a fuzzy, pleasant feeling in her neck. Oh, she's drinking my blood, she thought, surprisingly calm about the whole thing. Wait, is she purring? That's adorable. Ochako couldn't help but pat the blonde vampire's head as she continued to purr. After a few comfortable seconds, Himiko stopped, lapping up the blood from the punctures. Thanks. Akin. They both blushed, with Ochako finding the vampire's blood-stained lips strangely alluring. Oh, and don't worry about the wound. My quirk kills bacteria and works as a clotting agent. Ah, that's handy. Ochako said out of reflex, causing the two girls to burst out laughing at the situation. At that point, Izumi arrived, looking between the two girls and quickly surmising what had just happened. So you told her? Himiko stopped laughing and nodded. Yeah. I told her. Ochako looked at Izumi to see her flashing her brightest smile yet, before quickly wrapping the brunette in a tight hug, lifting her off the ground. Thank you, Ochako, she whispered. Himiko and I, some people really don't like our quirks, she said, putting the girl down. Ochako took Izumi's hand in hers, noticing how warm and large it was, and looked her directly in the eyes. Well, those people are idiots. You're awesome, and don't you forget that. We're gonna be heroes, right? A surprising and frankly concerning amount of tears erupted from Izumi, whose smile somehow managed to widen further. Yeah, we're gonna be heroes. They looked into each other's eyes, feeling their mutual determination to achieve that goal. Izumi found Ochako's grit refreshing. Himiko then jumped in, pulling them into a group hug. And when we get to UA, we're gonna file for marriage. That had the two other girls sputtering at her sudden declaration. Izumi pulled away from the hug and took a deep drink from her gourd. Good grief, Himi, she looked at the completed warehouse, which they had toured before the barbecue. This is it. I'm really happy. Uraraka Hoshi sat joyfully on the train to Mie, with her daughter sandwiched between her and her husband. She was glad that her daughter had a renewed motivation to follow her dream and new friends to help her along that track. It also didn't hurt that they had just acquired a new, rather generous client. Ochako seemed lost in her own little road, while Taiyu stared joyfully at their newly filled bank account. They now had some breathing room, and upon seeing how quickly Green Oni was growing in recognition since the Midoriyas had founded it 3 years ago, they looked forward to a brighter future. She was a bit concerned about the hickey on Ochako's neck, but she was reassured after her daughter's explanation. She felt a bit for Himiko, though she did not share her experience. She knew that it couldn't have been easy to grow up with such a stigma around her quirk, and the fact that she had been fostered and refused to use her last name told a story in and of itself. Although blood made her squeamish, she couldn't really blame the girl, and she found the idea of drinking blood as a sign of affection, wanting to keep people close to her, more cute than terrifying. Hoshi snapped out of her thoughts as Ochako pulled on her sleeve, a cute and slightly surprised look on her face. Yes, Machi? The mother asked. Ochako hesitated for a moment. Mum, am I gay? Hoshi sat, slack-jawed, stuttering and unsure of how to respond. Taiyu, on the other hand, had completely lost it and was laughing his guts out on the train. I'll leave that one to you, honey. He wheezed, laughing even harder at the look she gave him. Honestly, show a bit of consideration. Tashinori sighed, eyeing his mentor's cup with a twinge of envy. I have to drink this slop and you get to live it up. He sighed, taking a reluctant sip from his meal replacement. You still have a liver, don't you? Torino Sorahiko smirked, taking in the flavor of the sake. And you did agree to come here. Toshinori grumbled, setting the bland mixture on the coffee table. I don't have a stomach anymore, sensei. I need to be careful of my health. Don't worry too much, Yagi-kun. I'm equally incapable of enjoying alcohol, yet you don't hear me complaining. The high-pitched voice of Nizu came off sounding rather teasing. Tsukachi sighed, also taking a drink. Look, we're not here to discuss sake. Why not? Nizu chuckled. I heard that Green Oni recently acquired a warehouse near Takoba Beach. That dump? Who the hell would set up shop in a place like that? Torino chuckled. I couldn't stand to live by so much trash. Tsukachi sighed, feeling that it would be a while before the meeting got back on track. Apparently, Midoriya-san had fond memories of the beach from her childhood. Plus, they needed a lot of space and had some money from the Aldra lawsuit. Toshinori hummed for a moment. I'm glad at least some good came from that ordeal. Say, Naomasa, you're familiar with that family, right? Tsukachi nodded. I helped them out a few years ago. They were involved in the Toga case. Midoriya Izumi seems to be a bit of a trouble magnet, but she's a good kid. Himiko too. Izumi gave me this bottle as a gift, actually. Ah, so this is the girl behind Green Oni? Isn't she too young to be making sake? Torino commented absent-mindedly. I heard she can drink Naomasa under the table. Toshinori smirked, seeing the detective grumble. Hold up, isn't she like 12? Torino protested. 13 now. Tsukachi said. She gave me the bottle on her birthday. Why are you two so casual about this? That could seriously mess her up. Torino exclaimed, looking astounded at the lack of concern the others were showing. Toshinori couldn't hold in his laughter anymore. Huh? Never thought I would ever get you, sensei. He had to stop himself before he began to cough up blood. Torino-kun, I believe that Midoriya-kun's quirk requires a constant intake of sake to maintain her health. I took the liberty of looking into her quirk registry. Nizu explained. You really should see your face, Grand Sensei. Yagi chortled before being cut off by a kick to the head. Didn't I teach you to respect your elders, you brat? Gran gumbled, sitting back down. Really, making fun of a tired old man? Have you no shame? Tired old man? Could have fooled me. Toshinori grumbled. Can we please get on with the meeting? Tsukachi face-bombed at their antics. Really, why are heroes like this? Toshinori cleared his throat, clutching the spot where he had taken the kick. Tsukachi, I have some suspicions that I'd like to share regarding the MLA case. That got the others to sober up rather quickly. A reporter has been acting rather suspiciously lately. She seemed sympathetic to the Aldra staff and wanted to trick me into bad-mouthing the Oni girl. Nizu hummed. Kazuki Chitose, was it? All Might nodded. She works in Shueisha Publishing. Recently promoted to chief reporter, too. The dean of UA took a sip of his tea, reveling in its flavor. I saw her attempts at interviewing you. I must say you handled that rather well. Yeah, seems like all those media training seminars paid off in the end. Torino chuckled. Maybe you do have some sense after all. No thanks to all those kicks to the head I took from you. Toshinori grumbled. Want a few more, brat? Torino threatened, causing the symbol of peace to shudder. Please focus, both of you. Tsukachi raised his voice slightly. We have a possible Quirkus terrorist organization to investigate. Everyone promptly shut up after that. Now, we can look into Shueisha, Kazuki, and whatever else, but I severely doubt that would be the end of it. Remember, we're dealing with a rather influential news company. We can't just barge in guns blazing. Indeed. Though I do feel like there's one indicator that we have failed to consider. Nizu said, the others looking at him quizzically. And what would that be, Nizu-san? Toshinori asked, looking around the documents of the table. We already have a lead with regards to Kazuki, you're saying there's more? The white-furred mammal grinned, showing his fangs. Yes, Kazuki. However, we are being a bit myopic, don't you think? The detective raised an eyebrow at that. Well, the way I see it, we're dismissing some very crucial information. And what would that be, Nizu? We have very few leads regarding the identity of the Aldra benefactor. Kazuki's our best bet as of right now. Tsukachi stated, wondering what the rat was getting at. Perhaps there is more information there than you might think. Nizu's voice was chipper, like a child who had just figured out a puzzle box. Have you followed up with the kids at Aldra? The ones involved in the incident? Tsukachi paused. They have black marks on their records. I doubt there'll be much to follow. On the contrary, Tsukachi-kun. Nizu said, a strange glint in his beady black eyes. Luckily for us, I thought of this possibility. I've kept tabs on the student ringleaders for those hunting parties. You want to know what I've found? Out with it, you cryptic rat. Torino, already tired of Nizu's roundabout explanation, grumbled. Oh, Torino-kun, patience was never a strong suit of yours, was it? He chuckled. Very well, I'll get to it. They have all been offered a spot at a school in Daika City. Daika? Isn't that place all the way in Gifu? Toshinori asked. Indeed. Nizu smiled, unsettling the others. They all accepted, of course, since practically no middle schools would take in students with a mark for targeted harassment and quirkism. So why did this seemingly prestigious academy take them in? Torino shot him a look. Furthermore, the city is rather isolated, and most people living there seem to work in the local companies. So why is there a prestigious academy all the way out there? That's where you're going with this, right? Tsukachi sighed. Detective, do you happen to know where Shueisha's headquarters is located? Nizu smirked. The other three took a moment to look at the rat and consider what he had just asked. Even though they didn't outright know, they could hazard a pretty decent guess. Well, this just got a whole lot more complicated. A whole city as a potential indoctrination camp? We'll have to investigate pretty much every influential company and person there. Doesn't help that it falls outside of our jurisdiction. Tsukachi grumbled. Indeed. We'll need to do some undercover work. Nizu cackled for minutes on end, which made the two heroes and the detective fear the chaos to come. So, you gonna talk or just stare into the sunset? Himiko asked, sighing as she saw Izumi take a large gulp from her gourd. Everything is going so well, Izumi mumbled. Our sake is better than ever. We're nearly in high school now. But you're not happy. Himiko concluded. I am. Izumi said, jumping slightly, though her affirmation wasn't exactly convincing. But I feel like I should be doing more. You're always at drama club, but I feel lost. All I've ever wanted was to be a hero. When I was in Aldra, I was too busy trying to survive to think about what I wanted in the meantime, but now we're in our 3rd year of middle school. She placed her gourd on the stone bench. I just feel like I should be doing more. Himiko wrapped an arm around Izumi's waist. You're first place in our grade, Aizu-chan. Plus, you're always training and working on those notebooks. Not to mention the sake. You're doing more than enough. Izumi paused. Yeah, you're right as always, Himi. She said, though her voice betrayed her half-heartedness. She looked to the left, seeing the trash heap that was once a beach. I know. Himi noticed her looking at the piled-up garbage and immediately understood. Izumi, you can't possibly be thinking about this. 6 kilometers of beach, 100 meters of average width, and the trash is about 3 meters tall overall. It shouldn't be that hard. She mumbled. Aizu, please think about this for a second. What are you even going to do with all this garbage? Himiko pleaded. Izumi paused for a moment, before her eyes lit up in a way that was too familiar to Himiko. Himi, think of it as hero training. We can get stronger and do community service. Mom won't let us train to use weapons yet, but we can still get ahead and do some community service along the way. The blonde vampire's resistance faltered as she looked into her beloved's eyes. She knew there wouldn't be anything she could say to convince her otherwise. It was true that neither of them had made many friends in middle school. Even then, Himiko's drama club buddies didn't exactly hang out with her too much. By the time they arrived at Mizudafu Private, most groups were rather well established, and when Izumi tried out for sports, she was rejected on the basis of having too much of an advantage. That, paired with her rather intimidating stature, made most people steer clear of her. It wasn't nearly as bad as Aldra, and they mostly got on with their classmates. But they were just that, classmates. Himiko sighed. I knew that you would find a way to pull me along. It's a good idea, though. I do need to put on some more muscle if I want to compete. Yeah, and I still haven't found a martial arts school that lets in people with strength-boosting mutations. So this is our best bet for now. Plus, think about it. After we're done, we'll get a beautiful beach. Izumi cheered, standing up and posing. I still have drama club to worry about. Himiko said. But sure, I'll help out. Izumi flashed her a blinding smile. Let's do this, Himi. You're insane, you know that? Himiko panted, trying her best to drag a refrigerator across the sand. I have no idea how you expect to get this done before we get to university. Izumi chuckled, hauling an oven over her shoulder. Come on, Himiko, people lug those around all the time. Also, we've just started. Most of this trash is smaller than that. She gave the blonde a toothy smile. Says the girl with super strength. Himiko spat, her mind for once reconsidering her affection for Izumi. I still want to get stronger, you know? Plus, now at least I feel like I'm being productive. Izumi sighed as she left the oven in a bin. She had hired a company to take any garbage they collected to a proper disposal site, though she insisted on recycling most of it. In truth, with the amount of trash they were bringing in each day, they were actually turning a profit by selling the raw material to the recycling plant. Have you forgotten that you pretty much run a sake brewery? Himiko pointed out, pouting as Izumi made her way towards another pile of refuse. You know what I mean, Himi? Izumi said, grunting as she pulled out an empty chassis of a car, lifting it over her head. The brewery basically runs itself at this point. The systems are all operating properly and we basically just need to check on the barrels that are done maturing. She looked at the small section of clean sand. We're doing something here, Himi? This is our first step as heroes. Himiko paused, catching her breath. I think you took your first step a long time ago, Aizu? The Oni girl raised an eyebrow, setting the chassis down. What do you mean? Himiko looked her right in the eyes and smiled widely. You saved me. A few tears formed in her eyes. It seemed the Midoriya tears, Tim, were contagious after all. You didn't even know me, but you took me in, you treated me so well. She suddenly found herself enveloped by something warm. And I'm glad I did. Izumi whispered, clutching the smaller girl's head into her chest. From far away, Midoriya Inko looked on at the scene. Though she could not hear what they said, she felt that it had been important. I'm glad to see those two never change. Future heroines chat. Sakamite, Himi_Pain.jpg. Sugmite, trash. 1 Himiko, 0. Queen Crimson, STFU. Not everyone has a bullshit strength quirk. Queen Crimson, I'm not helping you anymore, Mine. Planet Machi, wow, you actually went through with that? Queen Crimson, I smell of garbage and it's all your fault, Aizu-chan. Cheiko, you should come down here sometime. Queen Crimson, Cheiko, you gotta save me from this crazy lady. Planet Machi, well I would, but... Planet Machi, I prefer life. Planet Machi, plus, I managed to convince Dad to let me help with construction for quirk training. Queen Crimson, I am literally so betrayed, Arn. Scythe, wow, congrats, Cheiko. I bet you'll raise your limit in no time now. You tried any of my suggestions yet? Planet Machi, kinda? I tried that stuff about redirecting force, but no dice yet. Queen Crimson, are you FR ignoring me? WTF? Sakamite, yeah, I guess it'd be counterintuitive. We can run some tests next time you come by. I have some theories that might make it work. Smiley face. Queen Crimson, oh god. Izumi quirk training sessions? Planet Machi, film_flashback.gif. Suddenly, if you think my sessions are hard, I have bad news to both of you about you. Queen Crimson, Aizu. Planet Machi, Izumi, you know I love ya, but you seriously need to chill with the training. We don't need to show up on the first day ready to take down an S-rank villain. Smiley face. Queen Crimson, Wait, why do I hear boss music? Planet Machi, FAR. Sight. Smiley face. Come on Himi. We're losing daylight. Izumi said, hauling 2 bagfuls of trash on her arms. Now that we're on summer break, we've got to give it our all. You're insane, Izu-chan. Himiko shouted, sweating like a pig as she hauled her own bag of garbage. It's 32 degrees out. I'm literally melting into a puddle. Izumi shielded her eyes as she looked to the sky. The sun was truly scorching that day, which made Izumi thankful for her heat resistance. For someone like Himiko, though, it was hellish. Yeah, I guess we can get back to it when the sun isn't as harsh. She mumbled. Come on. Let's get something cold to drink. They sat in a small area they had built themselves under the shade of the warehouse. A few wooden benches and tables that Izumi had carved herself, shaded by some large umbrellas. Izumi sighed as she drank directly from a bottle of sake. I think I really outdid myself with this batch. What do you think, Himiko? This non-alcoholic version is pretty good, especially with this pomegranate syrup. Himiko sipped on her own cold beverage. Izumi had decided to expand her production to also make non-alcoholic sake, mostly so she could enjoy some with Himiko. Apparently, it had found quite a lot of success, especially since it had nearly the same taste as her regular products. Of course, it didn't truly compare to the real thing, but it was tasty enough. It took quite a few tries, right? Man, I remember those first few batches. Izumi laughed, taking another sip of the delicious liquid. They were totally uncute. Himiko grimaced, sticking her tongue out. A thought then crossed her mind. Hey, did you ever try to make more stuff like this? Like what? Izumi asked, confused by what she meant. These benches. Like, they're pretty good, and you made them all by hand, right? Himiko asked cheerily. Izumi hummed for a moment, her lips touching the bottle as she took in even more of the liquor. Never really crossed my mind. You really think they're all that? I mean, they're pretty awesome. Himiko smiled. Imagine what you could do with some practice. I mean, we find a lot of metal and stuff on the beach. You could do something with that. Izumi took a moment to consider it, but ultimately shook her head. I don't think so, Himi. I mean, it's a pretty neat skill, I guess, but I don't even know where to start. I'd need to find someone to teach me. Himiko frowned for a moment, but relented. I guess you have a point. Still, it could be fun. I think I read somewhere that some Oni were blacksmiths. Izumi chuckled. Yeah, I'm gonna become a stereotypical Oni, then. It could play into my hero persona. They both shared a laugh at the idea. Their conversation was forgotten until the winter. By that point, nearly a third of the beach was completed. And that's when a pink gremlin decided to confront them. Hey, hey! Izumi paused as an outraged voice called out to her. What do you think you're doing? A rocket of pink dreadlocks barreled towards the Oni girl. I'm cleaning the beach? What does it look like? She said, completely confused by the tiny, angry girl wearing a tank top in winter. Said girl suddenly got way too close to her for comfort, her brows furrowed in a displeased pout. You're taking away all the material I need to make babies. Izumi sputtered for a moment, before growing even more confused. I don't think that's how babies are made. Aren't you a bit too young for that anyways? Pet. I've been making babies since I could walk. Izumi was suddenly very concerned. And when I moved here, I suddenly had access to so much scrap. How dare you steal it? Look, whoever you are, this is an illegal dumping ground. I'm just doing some community service and training to be a hero. Izumi deadpanned, hoping that the strange girl would go away. However, that seemed to have the opposite effect. You're gonna be a hero? Her pouting face suddenly turned into a huge smile. Then you have to let me make some babies for you. It's the least you could do after all this stuff you've stolen. Izumi's face suddenly erupted in a full blush. What? She squeaked. Suddenly, Himiko appeared behind her. Hey, if anyone's making babies with Izu-chan, it's me. Not helping, Himi. The pink-haired girl frowned once again. You already have another support technician? Damn it, lost another client. Wait, support technician? You make support gear. Izumi asked. This conversation had made entirely zero sense. Well, but of course, she said, pulling back for a moment so she could pose. I'm Hatsume May, genius inventor and CEO of Hatsume Industries. I make the best babies a hero could ask for. Oh, you were talking about support gear. Izumi mumbled with a hollow look in her eyes. Thank you to God. May tilted her head, placing a finger against her cheek. What else would I be talking about? Himiko and Izumi shared a very concerned look. Is she for real? Himiko whispered a bit too loudly. Anyway, May said while turning to Himiko. What kind of gear do you make? Himiko raised an eyebrow. Oh no, I'm not into engineering. So why did you say you were gonna make babies for the tall one? May asked. Himiko suddenly went completely red and babbled. Hatsume-san? I think she misunderstood what you were talking about. You see, when most people talk about making babies, they mean, SSC. Izumi tried to explain, also going completely red. Oh. May suddenly widened her eyes at that, then shrugged. I put my everything into my babies. So they're like my children. Not my fault people get the wrong idea. Izumi pinched the bridge of her nose. I don't. Well, we're getting off topic. You want to use the scrap on this beach, right? Exactly. You can't just take this away willy-nilly. May crossed her arms, causing Izumi to blush once again as she took note of the girl's bust. However, you two are going to be heroes, right? So, I'll let you keep cleaning up as long as you give me the scrap I want and make me your main supplier of gear. I see. Well, I'm Midoriya Izumi, and this is Himiko. Izumi smiled gently. May looked at them as if processing something. Great, your names have already been forgotten. Nice to meet you, Muscles and Blondie. Izumi and Himiko didn't know that to say after whatever the heck that was. Wait, we don't need your permission to take away the trash. Himiko protested. It's illegally dumped. May frowned once again. Fine, but then there won't be any babies for you. Hold on, Himi. Himiko looked at Izumi with quite a bit of surprise. I think we got off on the wrong foot, Hatsume-san. But before we agree, we'd like to see some of your inventions. May's smile returned, wider than ever. Sure. You really want to see my babies? Izumi smiled in kind. We'd be happy to. A thought crossed Himiko's head. You got any knives? May grinned. Not yet. But I can make some in my workshop. May turned around without missing a beat, and began walking away, leaving the two standing on the beach. Well, what are you waiting for? She said, turning her head back as she noticed they weren't following. She led them a few blocks away to a rather inconspicuous building. Well, what should have been an inconspicuous building, as when they approached, behind May, two automatic turrets suddenly jumped out of the walls, pointing at them. Jesus effing Christ! Himiko shouted. Mama May guest override. May simply said. Code register guests, Muscles and Blondie. Hey, at least use our actual names. Himiko pouted, earning a head pat from Izumi, which managed to pacify her, for now. May led them into her workshop, where they took in the absolute chaos of the room. The only part of it that was pristine and seemingly untouched was her bed. Otherwise, the entire room was strewn with blueprints, spare parts, half-completed gear and bags of junk food. Hatsume, please tell me you're not living off of Doritos. May smiled, waving her off. Of course not. I also have coffee. Both girls were less than amused by that response. Wait, Himiko paused, looking at the bed with renewed suspicion. When was the last time you slept? Or bathed? Oh, I made a baby to do that for me. May responded, not at all fazed. Himiko seemed to twitch at that. That's not how that works. May seemed to actually give her question some thought. Well, I guess I passed out a few days ago while making baby number can't really recall. Izumi and Himiko shared a very concerned look. Then Izumi approached May and put a rather firm hand on her shoulder. We have another condition if we're gonna work with you. May tilted her head in confusion. You're gonna have to take care of yourself. But my babies. May pouted. Izumi shook her head. Your babies will turn out better if you're well rested, you know? You know this isn't healthy, Hatsume. She argued. May seemed to consider the girl's words for a moment. Well, when you put it like that, she caved under Izumi's concerned gaze. Ugh, fine. I'll sleep. And eat properly? And shower. Himiko added. May groaned, but also relented. Fifian. Do you even have a shower and a kitchen? Himiko asked. May scoffed. What do you take me for, a barbarian? She paused. But I don't really have any food. The two heroes to be sighed deeply. I'll go get some food from the konbini. Just make sure she showers properly. Hey, I don't need a babysitter. May rebuked, only to wither once again under Izumi's glare. I'll go take a shower. With that, Izumi left the workshop to procure some actual food. Gods, I should have restocked my sake. She said, noting the weight of her gourd as she took a drink. I just hope that Himiko doesn't end up stabbing her. 30 minutes later, however, Izumi came back to an unexpected sight. May, peacefully asleep on her makeshift futon, while Himiko simply looked on with a rather serene expression on her face. Well, thank the gods. I thought for a second you might lose your temper. Himiko shot her with a deadpan look. Come on, Aizu-chan. She groaned. She's not that bad once you get used to her, you know? She's just really passionate, and a bit socially unaware. But she does clean up pretty nice. Izumi took a look at the girl, who was for once wearing a surprisingly peaceful face, breathing softly and smiling, likely dreaming already. I thought she would take longer to get to sleep. I was half ready to tie her down. Himiko raised an eyebrow in amusement. Already thinking of tying her down, Aizu? My, how bold. Izumi rolled her eyes. Shut. She hissed. Well, it's good to see she actually went to sleep. Oh yeah, it was surprisingly easy. Himiko giggled. I just tricked her into laying her head on the pillow, and she was out like a light in 30 seconds flat. Izumi joined in on her laughter. Well, that's a relief. Wait, why are we so worried? We've known her for, what, an hour? Izumi mumbled. Well, she did make an impression. And you have to admit, she's kinda like you, but with machines. Himiko commented absent-mindedly. I mean, have you looked at her stuff? She may have a few screws loose, but it speaks for itself. Izumi nodded, finding herself agreeing. Plus, have you seen how big her chest is? Himiko cackled, making Izumi burst into a fiery blush, with panicked breaths that let out small licks of emerald flames. Himiko! She pouted, leading the blonde into another fit of laughter. I swear, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you just want to collect every girl we find. Himiko smirked. Well, could you imagine? A bed full of pretty girls. Izumi once again blushed. Yeah, I know I'm not the only degenerate out of the two of us. I'm not a degenerate. Izumi hissed, not making eye contact. Ugh, relax, Izumi, she's just joking like with the marriage stuff. She huffed. No, I'm not. Himiko tilted her head. Izumi snapped her head at her with a panicked look on her face as she realized she had once again spoken her thoughts aloud. Suddenly, Himiko looked downcast. I thought. She paused, sniffling. I thought you liked me too. Izumi really wasn't sure what to say. She had just thought it was a running joke between them. She had been drunk the first time she had said it, but now. Holy shit, what? Her brain crashed, and she found herself completely frozen in place. No. I do. She found her mouth speaking before she could rein herself in. What the heck am I saying? I like you, Himi. Himiko now had tears in her eyes as they locked themselves in a staring contest. Why, you mean it? They stood in silence for a few heartbeats, before Izumi's answer came at last. Yes. It was barely a whisper. Yet in the silence of the workshop, broken only by the occasional beeping of the computers, it was practically a scream. Izumi could barely look at her, while Himiko couldn't look away. That one word, breathed out in a panic. There was no coming back now. Now she knows. Gods, she's practically my sister. We've been sleeping in the same bed. What the heck is wrong with me? Izumi's legs buckled under her as she fell into a crouch, covering her embarrassed face with her hands. She couldn't bear to look at the blonde, and her lingering anxieties began creeping into her mind. She felt a hand over her head, fluffing her wild mane of hair. She looked up by reflex, her eyes awestruck as she took in the image of Himiko, with a wide, fanged smile on her face, her cheeks tinged with a blood-red blush, haloed by the cold, dim light of the workshop. Izumi's words caught in her throat. Part of her wanted to deny what she had just said, but another one just couldn't stop staring at the person in front of her. Suddenly, they were 8 years old again. Himiko, a broken doll, struggling to survive. Izumi, a quirkless, who, even with a new quirk, was now only seen as a monster. But this time, Himiko stood tall. And, surprisingly, so did Izumi. There was a sudden softness. A hand that touched her bicep and traced down her arm before holding her hand tightly. It was small and somewhat cold, yet impossibly warm and comforting. Izumi shuddered, her body moving slowly as she closed her eyes and leant into the touch, raising her own hand, which rested against a soft, smiling face. And then, there was bliss. A warmth and softness that made the hand still touching her pale in comparison. It was gone before she could realize what had even happened. Izumi opened her eyes once more to see Himiko, blushing almost as much as she was. "We just kissed." Izumi finally put the pieces together. She opened her mouth, trying to say something, yet she only found herself repeating the kiss. 2 arms wrapped around her waist, trying to keep her in place, though she knew that there was no way she would pull away anytime soon. Himiko tried to deepen the kiss, and Izumi found herself unsure. They were crossing a line. Again, there would be no going back after this. Izumi would never be able to look at Himiko the same way. When they sparred, worked, talked, when they slept beside each other, something Himiko still insisted on doing despite there now being an extra bedroom, it would all be tainted now. Tainted by that oh-so-blissful feeling. Tainted by the fact that now there were no uncertain terms about their relationship. Himiko loved Izumi, and Izumi found that she felt much the same. After a brief infinity, they pulled away for air. Izumi already missed the feeling, the overwhelming comfort, which threatened to take away all her fear, all her worries, and all her ambition. She felt she could just drift away then, and all would be well. What a dangerous thing, she found herself thinking. "Are we?" Himiko mumbled, her mind also recovering from the fuzzy, giddy feeling that clouded it. "Girlfriends?" Izumi asked, though they both knew the answer. "Girlfriends?" The blonde vampire smiled softly. Then a snort, followed by a giggle, and soon they were both falling apart in laughter. "Gods, we're so dumb." Izumi snorted once again. So dumb." And they once again hugged, reveling in the contact. "What now?" she whispered, her anxiety finally rearing its ugly head. Himiko let out a giggle. "Well, I for one expect to be treated to ice cream and a movie once a week." Izumi smiled. "At least." "Sure. I wonder if they have a sake flavor." Izumi joked. Himiko tightened the hug as she chuckled. "Hey, Izzy, can I drink some of your blood?" Izumi blinked. She knew what the gesture meant to Himiko, yet there was something to consider. Are you sure? You know what you're like when you're drunk. Please." She pouted, giving her the best pleading eyes she could muster, until Izumi relented, knowing that she couldn't win in that particular battle of wills, and instead simply lowered her neck, feeling Himiko's eager fangs sinking into her flesh as the vampire began to purr, her mouth coaxing out as much blood as she could drink. "I don't know what it is about your blood, Izu, but it's so tasty, hick," she said, her face already beginning to turn red. With how fast Himiko processed blood, there was already alcohol running through her system. "I'm so happy." She placed most of her weight on Izumi, essentially being carried by the Oni girl. "We're gonna get married. Hiko and May." Izumi chuckled. Whenever Himiko got drunk, all she could talk about was marriage, which was most of the reason why Izumi hadn't taken her affection seriously until then. "Hold your horses, Himi," she whispered, placing the now drunk vampire on a chair and giggling as the blonde all but melted onto it. You're moving a bit too fast. Himiko pouted. Meanie. Stop me. She babbled. We're gonna have a bi-thying love cloud. She declared, not caring much for her volume. And when we're all married, we're gonna. She then beckoned Izumi to come closer, so she could whisper in her ear. Make loads of babies, she said, before kissing Izumi's cheek, leaving a mark with the blood still on her lips. Izumi sputtered as she drew back, watching as Himiko dazedly made a kissy face at her. Okay, that's the last time I let you get drunk. She deadpanned. The drunk Himiko stuck her tongue out at her new girlfriend, which earned her a playful flick to the forehead. You're so mean. She whined. No more kisses for you. Izumi snorted. How will I ever cope? She deadpanned, earning her another pout. Get some rest, Himi. I'll go whip something up on the kitchen. Just as she turned, something latched onto her back, straddling her and refusing to budge. No. No escape. The vampire said. I won't let. Izumi sighed, knowing not to fight the vampire when she was like this. Ugh, come on, then, you baby koala. Nah, I'm a cat. Hiss. That drew another exasperated chuckle out of the green-haired Oni, as Himiko buried her face on her hair. Smells good, she mumbled, clearly half-conscious, but not letting go, her limbs locked around Izumi's torso. Gods give me strength, Izumi mumbled, making her way into the kitchen. Hatsume May woke up with a start. The last thing she remembered was boasting that she wasn't tired and being asked by Blondie to prove it. Then she laid her head on her pillow. She tricked me. She turned her head to try and find the girl, instead finding only the Oni who had left to get food with a plate in her hands. That she did, Hatsume-san. May then noticed the limbs wrapped around the tall girl. But it's good that you slept at least a little bit. How long was I out? She groaned, sitting up groggily. 3 hours. I heated up your food when I heard you stirring. Muscles answered, smiling slightly. I'm honestly pretty surprised. I half expected you'd sleep until tomorrow. She sighed. May blushed as her stomach growled at the smell of food, actual food. I guess now I know why. She smirked. Why are you doing this? May asked, narrowing her eyes. Pardon? Muscles tilted her head. May scoffed. Why do you care? I'm just some random girl who you found on a dump. The Oni girl shook her head. No, you're not. May looked at her, confused. You're our newest support technician. And honestly, I couldn't just stand by and watch you work yourself to madness. She stated, concern obvious on her face. I know what it's like to be really passionate about something, but it won't help you in the long run to neglect your health. The pink-haired inventor scoffed. You don't get it? I need to make the perfect babies. Otherwise, what else am I? Just some useless nut. That's what? She lashed out. Muscle's eyes seemed to pierce through her for a moment, seemingly peering into her very being as she froze. I didn't even realize it before, Hatsume-sen. You live here alone. She whispered. May scowled at her. Wow, big brain you've got there. Figured that out on your own, did ya? She spat, before realizing what she was saying and looking away. Just leave. Thanks for the food, I guess. No, May turned back to look at the Oni, who hadn't moved in. What? I just told you, Dash. Her words were cut off. You don't have to be alone, Hatsume. Muscles shouted. I don't care how you ended up like this, but I won't leave you. May furrowed her brows. That's what they all say. She scoffed. Then, surprise, the moment you're an inconvenience, they leave anyways. So go. Leave. She lashed out with her hand, only for it to be caught and embraced. She looked at Muscles incredulously. I won't, she said, and May could feel the truth in her eyes. Talk to me, Hatsume-san. What happened? May wrenched her hand away, setting it on her lap. Will you leave me alone after I talk? Depends. Muscles replied, in a way that made it clear her real answer was no. May sighed. My dad was an inventor. He made gear for heroes, until some villain BSRD decided to take him and Mom out. She snarled. And then I was someone else's problem. Always someone else's problem once they got tired of me. A choked scoff. But I don't need them anyway. My babies are all I need, damn it. I made it out of Kyoto on my own. I've lived on my own since I was 10. And once I get into UA, I won't need anyone else to become the best DMN inventor in this FING country. She spat, tears pooling in her eyes. So there, you got my little sob story. Woe is me. Nobody wants to put up with the annoying inventor girl that smells of iron and grease. Screw you, pretending to care. Go back to your perfect little life. Just stay out of mine, she finished, her voice weakening as the tears took over. I know how people see me. I'm just some crazy girl. You thought the same, don't pretend like you didn't. Nobody else ever cared. Why should you? Suddenly, something wrapped over her, and she looked to see her head cradled into Muscle's chest. You're right, May. I don't need to care, she said, confusing the inventor. But I do anyway. She sighed. May wanted to push her away, but she found herself lacking the strength to do it. I thought I was quirkless for a long time. Muscles said. Everyone hated me for it. They shunned me, beat me, destroyed my things. And when I finally got my quirk, I just turned from a worthless freak to a monster. She whispered. But I got through it because I had people who cared for me. Not because they had to, but just because it was the right thing to do. Suddenly, beside her, another figure emerged, joining in the hug. My parents thought I was a monster, Hatsu-chan. Everyone did. Blondie mumbled. Izu-chan didn't have to save me, but she did. Mama Inko didn't have to take me in, but she did. Why are you telling me this? May sobbed. Izumi and Himiko tightened their hugs around her. Because, Hatsume-san, you don't have to be alone now. I'm really sorry for what happened to your parents, and that the people who were supposed to take care of you didn't, but you don't have to stay like this. You don't have to isolate yourself from other people. That's when her last shred of control snapped. I miss them. She wailed. They left me in some shitty foster home. I got tossed around, and it's all because of some BSRD who decided to kill the one who made the hero's gear. Why did they leave? They didn't want to, Hatsume-san. Izumi whispered. And you didn't deserve this. You deserve people who love and accept you, flaws and all. She felt her large hands caressing her head. Nobody can truly live by themselves, so let us help you. May finally pulled out of the hug, tears still streaming down her face as she took in the two girls fully. Their tears mirrored her own. You actually mean it? Izumi smiled broadly. We do. Himiko nodded beside her. May took a deep breath. Fine. She sighed. I don't know why, but I trust you. Himiko giggled. Izumi just has one of those trustworthy faces. That earned her a half-hearted glare from said girl. Now, you really should eat, Hatsume-san. Izumi said, turning around and grabbing the bowl of gyudon she had made. Just call me May. The inventor found it in herself to smile, a soft, genuine smile, unlike her usual manic grin. Izumi's smile broadened slightly. Sure, May-san. And feel free to call me Izumi. And me Himiko. The vampire cut in. May gave them a slight smirk. I think I'll stick with the nicknames for now, she said, finally back to her usual self, which earned her some chuckles from the two girls. Mom, we're back, Izumi said loudly as they entered their apartment. It was a rather large space with an open kitchen, adorned with many paintings that Izumi had taken a liking to, mostly done in a traditional style. She didn't know if it was her quirk influencing her tastes, and was just thankful that it didn't make her have an attachment to tiger print. She didn't know what she would do if she was caught in public wearing something so gaudy. She already stood out enough as is. I can't believe I actually agreed to this. May groaned, being pushed inside by Himiko, who was smiling from ear to ear. Oh, you were out pretty late. You didn't go looking for hero fights again, did you? Inko turned around the corner, smelling of the food she was cooking for dinner. Oh, who's this? Suddenly, May went into her practiced introduction. I'm Hatsume May, genius inventor and CEO of Hatsume Industries. I was brought here against my will. Izumi shot her a glare, which made her deflate. Muscles here was worried that I was living alone and stuff. Inko made a concerned face that mirrored Izumi's nearly perfectly. Oh dear. Do you have any place to sleep? How have you been living? Are you safe? What happened to your guardians? Do you need any help? Mumble, mumble, mumble. May blinked for a moment, looking at Izumi for a moment with confusion. It's okay. She just... The pink-haired girl decided that being blunt would be for the best. I'm fine. Himiko and Izumi shot her doubtful looks. Look, I have money. I can buy food. I have my workshop. I ran from the foster system out of my own free will. You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. She huffed. Again, she found herself wrapped up in a hug. Oh, Hatsume-chan. I'm sorry you felt the need to run away. I know that most foster homes aren't the best. May widened her eyes at that. I ended up aging out, but heaven knows I wanted to run sometimes. Inko explained. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask, okay? May frowned slightly. Another adult, making a promise they won't keep. You don't need to care about me. I don't. Inko said, smiling as she let the girl. But I want to. May shot Izumi a sideways glance. They were just too similar. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to, but you're always welcome here. May definitely wasn't fighting back tears as she took in Inko's words. If you need somewhere to rest or some warm home-cooked food or anything at all, don't hesitate to ask, okay? May definitely wasn't crying. Okay. So, would you like to have some dinner? I made soba. Inko said with a warm tone. May shook her head. I just ate. Muscles made some gyudon earlier. Inko gave her a soft smile. A smile that briefly reminded May of her own mother. Well, then, would you at least stay for a bit and tell me about yourself? She nodded weakly, already having fallen prey to the Midoriya's adoption instinct. Inko hugged her very tightly once she had finished her tale, and, despite her instincts, she wound up staying the night at their home. Meanwhile, Izumi and Himiko had, for the first time since they had started sharing a bed, found it difficult to actually fall asleep. The two girls now overly conscious of the heat emanating from the other's body, the feeling of their skin touching as they tried to find a way to shake off their rampaging thoughts. They ended up facing each other, though unable to actually make any eye contact. Izumi. Izumi raised her head as she heard the vampire whisper. They locked gazes for a moment, each trying to find something to say. Thank you for being here. Izumi gently pressed her lips against the smaller girl's forehead, letting out a warm stream of air from her nostrils. I'm happy, she mumbled. Happy that I was there that day. They fell into a deep sleep after that, smiling as they cradled each other, their warmth no longer a source of anxiety, but comfort. They were together, and it was good. Takoba Beach. He remembered its once pristine sands, and he took a moment to mourn what became of it. Perhaps I'm getting old. I never thought I'd see the day I'd be reminiscing like that oldest. He chucked at his own joke, which turned into a cough. Sheet. Can't even enjoy my comedic genius anymore. He looked over the junkyard. What happened to this place? When did people become this negligent? He sighed. Perhaps I'm a bit to blame as well. He mumbled. However, when he looked toward the other end of the beach, he had to blink to understand what he was seeing. It wasn't much. In truth, it was nearly 2 kilometers of sand, no sign of any rubbish remaining. Well, I'll be d'med. He grinned. Seems someone's doing some good after all. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. A nostalgic need to feel the sand under his feet, but he found himself slowly walking that now clean part of Takoba. He spotted a warehouse in the distance, and seeing how he was already taking a bit of a break that evening, he decided to take a look. Well, this is nice. He smiled softly upon seeing the benches and umbrellas placed by the structure. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this was the warehouse of green Oni sake, the drink he so missed after having first tried it nearly 6 years ago. Well, isn't this tragic? His eyes were then drawn to a small placard near the main entrance. Introducing new green Oni light? The same refreshing taste, for those who can't hold their liquor? 0% alcohol? Well, perhaps it wasn't so tragic after all. He really had to meet this Oni girl Tsukachi talked so much about. Perhaps she knows who's cleaning the beach too. Such a heroic heart. I wonder. Hitoshi Shinso knew, deep down, that he wasn't a villain. He was many things. Orphan, insomniac, cat lover. But not a villain, despite what everybody told him. But that didn't change anything in the end. He was muzzled all the same. He was alone all the same. His only companions in that glorified broom closet he called a room were 2 photographs. His parents, whom he would barely remember if not for their ever-present image, and Eraserhead. The unknown underground hero was most of the reason he had even put up with half the shit life had thrown at him. He had managed to find a picture of the man, crouching on a rooftop with the moon shining behind him. Him and the Oni girl. She was everything he wasn't. He had seen the report a few years ago, and ever since then, the desire to run away had grown within him. He had that newspaper article taped to his wall. The story of a girl that was villainized by her school, attacked by a quirkist mob, and who despite that made it out okay. She was saved, so why wasn't he? He thought of that pretty much every night. Until it suddenly dawned on him. The article stated that her family had called in a detective to investigate. Detective Tsukachi of Mizudafu PD. He, along with an underground hero who Hitoshi was sure was Eraserhead, were the ones to save the girl and prosecute her abusers. That's when a plan began to form in Hitoshi's mind. He researched Tsukachi, finding the location of his police station. He didn't have a phone, and the school library wouldn't let him in. So he snuck into the local library. And having acquired his location, he ran away, taking only his school backpack with a few clothes, whatever money he could scrounge up, the newspaper article, and the 2 photos that had helped him endure until then. He ran and ran and ran. He noticed the people's gazes on him. How could he not? They openly gawked at the kid that ran as if his life depended on it. Maybe they saw his muzzle or the way his eyes had bags on them that show how little he actually slept, or how his clothes were little better than rags, showing his scrawny, malnourished figure. Or maybe they didn't notice any of it. None of them even seemed to give him a second thought. None moved to save him. But perhaps that's exactly why he had to save himself. He was going to be a hero, after all. And he was the first person he would save on that journey. Of course, he was still muzzled, and never learned sign language, but he had a newspaper clipping. Surely that would be enough. Shinso stumbled into the police station in the dead of night, hopeful after seeing the cat-like policeman inside. His poorly executed entrance drew attention, and for the first time since he had left the foster home, he had begun second-guessing his escape plan. There he was, ragged, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, incapable of coherent speech, and with the only indication as to his intention being a motherfucking newspaper article. How the ever-loving hell did I think this would be a solid plan? I must be more tired than I thought. Ancient Quirk induced insomnia. Still, he reached into his pocket, slowly, as he saw the policeman standing on edge. Shit, I'm gonna get shot. And I can't even ask them not to shoot. He tried to raise his hands up slowly. Curse past Shinso for not learning sign language, though he had to admit he never really had access to resources, despite his muzzle. What's in your pocket? The cat police officer asked, more than a little on edge at the sudden intrusion in the middle of the night. WGMF. And Fufu, the newspaper. God if he damn it. Shinso tried to take a breath, but even that was difficult with the muzzle. And the exhaustion was catching up to him. He could feel the fogginess in his vision. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. He pleaded, getting on his knees and slowly reaching for his pocket, trying not to break eye contact with the officer, trying his best to convey his intentions. Slowly, he removed the paper and slowly extended his hand, waiting for the officer to take it. Honestly, he was trying his best not to let his hand tremble along with the fear he was feeling. A kid with a villainous quirk, surrounded by cops. It was a recipe for disaster. Thankfully, he had enough foresight to circle 4 words on the article, so the officer only needed a cursory look to understand what the boy was trying to say. Sansa's eyes widened slightly as he took in the page. It was that case from 3 years ago. And circled with shaky ink were the words, Quirk Discrimination, and Detective Tsukachi. "Oh, God, wait a second, kid," Sansa said, running back to his desk as the other officers stared with some confusion. The Catman frowned when the lilac-haired boy panicked upon seeing the pliers on the cop's hand. "Don't worry, kid. I'm just gonna get that muzzle off ya so you can tell us what's going on." Shinso stared at the officer in disbelief as he was unmuzzled. He didn't even seem afraid of him. I mean, it was pretty logical from his point of view. Strange kid, muzzled, shows up at the station out of nowhere. There's obviously a reason he's muzzled, right? Before he realized it, the burgeoning question in the back of his mind flew out of his mouth. "Why?" Sansa raised an eyebrow. "Why what? Why'd you take it off?" Shinso said, still in disbelief that he was actually speaking to someone. Sansa's ear twitched slightly. "Should I not have? I thought that's why you came." "No, yes." Shinso, funnily enough, failed to find the right words to say in his first proper conversation in years. Thank you." His voice was hoarse and clearly tired. "You wanted to talk to Detective Tsukachi? I can call him if you want." The cop offered. There was the briefest flicker of hope in Hitoshi's eyes as he heard the offer. "Please." Detective Tsukachi had been working late alongside Aizawa on the MLA investigation. In simple terms, it was a crapshoot. The BSRDs were surprisingly sneaky and thorough with their stuff, so that no suspicious activity could truly be traced back to them. There was obviously something fishy happening in Daika, yet absolutely nothing appeared in the system, but that could only mean that even the police, perhaps even the heroes, were completely compromised. In a sense, the absolute lack of any suspicious activity was a red flag in and of itself. And that pattern of omission, much to their dismay, wasn't exclusive to Daika. They started noticing the incongruities after Nizu had brought up an incident of quirkless homicide in Hosu. Again, nothing about it was published by Shueisha, which only confirmed their belief that they were an MLA propaganda paper. However, what had truly bothered the detective was what they read in the police reports. Namely, that there wasn't anything in the system. No record of the perpetrator, no arrests made, though there were clearly pictures of the culprit being apprehended. It made absolutely no sense. There's only one way this could have happened, Tsukachi. Aizawa grumbled. And when Tsukachi searched through quirkless homicides or other instances of quirk discrimination, specifically towards people with weak quirks, he found the same patterns. Thankfully, some districts dutifully reported the incidents as they occurred, and the criminals were also duly punished. However, the fact that so many didn't raised an alarm within his mind. This is bad, really bad. They've gotten a foothold in the police, probably some heroes too, sheet. He exclaimed as his phone suddenly rang. Detective Tsukachi speaking. He answered, trying his best to appear professional. Sansa's voice rang clear through the line. Naomasa-san, there's a kid here at the station. Came over muzzled and clearly exhausted. Brought a newspaper clipping of that Midoriya case with your name and quirk discrimination circled. There's a what? With what circled? Tsukachi stammered, watching as Aizawa smirked at his misfortune. Is he still there? We told him to wait in one of the rooms, but I think he's passed out. Sansa explained. You should see the state he was in now. He looked worse than Eraser. That earned a chuckle from the detective. We'll be over shortly, Tsukachi said, standing up and looking at the underground hero. Ugh, what is it this time? It isn't logical to stop the investigation at this point. Aizawa argued. Tsukachi narrowed his gaze. It is when we get an incident of quirk discrimination on our doorstep. Aizawa sighed, knowing that he couldn't resist the urge to go along once quirk discrimination was mentioned. One of his very few weaknesses, victims of quirk discrimination. The others were cats, kid vigilantes and sand. He hated sand. Lead the way then. They quickly found the unconscious boy, drooling over a table. Aizawa held in a smirk and prodded the kid. Hey kid, you alive? Juge? The kid suddenly jolted awake, looking up and somehow immediately recognizing the hero. Eraser head. I must be losing my touch. First that Oni girl had a full analysis of my quirk, and now this kid recognizes me out of costume. To be fair, his costume was pretty much just his regular clothes and a scarf. Hell, he even had his goggles with him. The kid looked around, clearly still trying to remember where he was. Naomasa couldn't help but smirk at the erasure hero as he noticed the similarities between him and the boy. When his gaze met the detective, realization struck him. Then he touched his mouth in disbelief. Under a closer inspection, there were obvious marks of the muzzle Sansa had talked about. I can do it, he said, releasing a breath he didn't realize he was holding until then. You can do what, exactly? Aizawa asked in a rather bland tone, though surprisingly missing the usual snark as he sat down. The lilac-haired boy seemed to sputter at the hero's question, but eventually responded. I can speak. He seemed awestruck at the very notion. The detective and the hero shared a look, before focusing back on the boy. Were you not able to speak before? Tsukachi asked, trying and failing to hide his growing concern for the boy. Hitoshi hesitated to answer, but this man had helped the other girl, right? But what if she was a special case? Still, he had made it this far, and he wasn't about to give up. No. I wasn't allowed to. True. Eraserhead followed up with another pointed question. Did your parents muzzle you? No. Shinso said, clearly hurt by the question. I'm in foster care. True. Oh, fantastic. Aizawa groaned internally. Sorry kid. We're doing this a bit out of order. Tsukachi said, pulling out a note block. I'm Detective Tsukachi and this is Eraserhead, though I suppose you knew that already. Before we can truly begin, I must inform you that my quirk can detect lies from truth, and it constitutes legal evidence in a court of law. He noticed the boy's panic at that affirmation. Don't worry, kid, we're gonna help you. Can you state your name and age for the record? Hitoshi once again hesitated. Shinso Hitoshi. I'm 15. True. Thank you, Shinso-kun. Tsukachi offered a gentle smile. Now, may I ask, how often were you muzzled? Shinso looked between the detective and Eraserhead. Pretty much always, he said in a monotone. They took my meal to my room and that's the only place I could take it off. True. Kid's either really tired or straight up dissociating. Not really sure which, Eraserhead thought, looking at Tsukachi and seeing the man subtly nod. I'm sorry you had to go through that. What about school? Tsukachi pressed on. Hitoshi looked at them like they had asked him the same question twice. Which, in his mind, they had. Like I said, I was only allowed to take it off in my room. They made sure I wouldn't threaten anyone with my quirk. True. Naomasa sighed. Shinso-kun, can you tell us the name of your school district and the name of your foster parents? Are you actually gonna get me out? He asked, with a tone Aizawa recognized as one he had used countless times before. The boy shrugged. Geonosis Junior High. My foster parents, and I use the term loosely, were True Junbei and Wenko. True. Kid, you know what happened to the Aldra School District, right? Aizawa asked. Hard not to. The boy replied, matter-of-factly. It's the reason I came here in the first place. Good. Tsukachi sighed. Look, kid, nobody should have to go through what you did, okay? We're gonna make sure you're safe from now on. The light seemed to drain from Hitoshi's eyes after that. I should have figured. You're just gonna throw me at another foster home. He said mirthlessly. No, Hitoshi's gaze narrowed at Eraserhead, whose voice, for once, showed some emotion. Tsukachi, I'm invoking Section 113 of the Heroics Social Peace Act. The detective raised an eyebrow. You sure, Aizawa? Hitoshi, for one, was completely lost. Yeah. The broody man said gruffly. He stood up suddenly, eyes locked on Shinso. Come on, we're leaving. Hitoshi looked at him quizzically. Where are you taking me? Aizawa huffed. To my home. You need sleep. And a shower. And some new clothes. Frankly, kid, you look like crap. Tsukachi actually chuckled at that. He looks like you, Aizawa. Eraserhead stood by the kid, seemingly evaluating him. Shinso stood up out of reflex, trying to stand straight yet hunching anyway. I know. He walked off, clearly expecting Shinso to follow. Eraserhead, sir? He asked, almost whispering. Are you really taking me to your house? Yeah. He said simply. And call me Shoyuta, kid. I'm not on duty right now. Why? HSPA 113 allows a pro hero to take guardianship over a child whom they believe to be living in precarious situations. As of right now, you are my ward. Shinso just nodded his head. It was better than the muzzle. Much better, really. If he wasn't completely FING exhausted, he might even be smiling. Oh, and fair warning, my husband's pretty demon loud. That got a reaction out of the boy. Wait, you're married? Himiko was happy. How couldn't she be? She had a new future wife. And she was in the same class as Izumi now that they were in high school. She took a glance at her girlfriend, who sat in the back of the class so she didn't obscure anyone's vision, and smiled wistfully. It made sense considering that she was now over 2 meters tall, but she still wished they could sit next to each other. She then noticed that the seat next to her and Izumi were empty, and wondered what that was about. Their homeroom teacher then entered the classroom, which made the students finally quiet down and snapped Izumi from working on her latest analysis notebook. "Hello, class," she said with a chipper tone. "I hope you all had a pleasant break. Today, we have 2 new students joining our school," she announced, opening the door and leading 2 people to the front. Himiko immediately took note of the girl. In a word, she was pink. Her hair, her skin, everything was just pink. Then she noticed the horns and those beautiful eyes. Her sclerae were pitch black, while her irises were gold, just like hers. Her future wife senses were tingling now. She was mega cute. She wondered what her blood would taste like. The other student, a boy, was rather unassuming. He had spiky red hair, though Himiko could almost immediately tell that he had dyed and styled it, based mostly on its unnatural sheen and rigidity, as well as the black roots that were just starting to show. "Go on, introduce yourselves," the teacher prompted. The pink girl smiled widely, waving to her classmates. "Hi, I'm Ishido Mina. Me and Kiri come from Chiba. I really like dancing, and I hate bullies most of all." That earned her some brownie points with Himiko. "My quirk lets me create acid all around my body." Himiko saw that Izumi had already begun scribbling in her notes again. The boy went next. "Hey there. I'm Kirishima Aijuru. Like Mina said, I'm from Chiba. I like manly things, and I dislike unmanly things." Himiko had no idea what that meant. "My quirk's called hardening. I can harden every part of my body to be as hard as rock." The vampire could think of several innuendos she could make with her quirk, but kept them to herself. "Good. Now, we have free seats next to Midoriya and Himiko," the teacher said, making Himiko glad that the administration had taken her wish to omit her last name seriously. The only reason she hadn't changed it to Midoriya yet is because that would mean getting formally adopted, which would prevent her from marrying Izumi, since she would be legally considered her sister. Mina took a seat next to Izumi, while Aijuru sat next to the vampire, shooting her a smile, which showed off his sharp teeth. "Nice to meet ya," he said in a friendly tone, which she reciprocated. "Hi there. I'm Himiko." Her wide smile showed her sharp fangs, which didn't make him shy away in the slightest, another plus in her book. On the other side of the classroom, Mina had also taken the initiative to talk to her neighbor. "Hey, nice to meet you, Horn Buddy," she said, smiling. "Horn Buddy?" Izumi asked, confused, as she took her eyes away from her notebook to notice the newcomer. "Well, we both have horns. So, horn buddies," Mina answered cheerfully, making Izumi crack a smile of her own. "What are you writing there?" After exiting Aldra, Izumi had become less self-conscious of her analysis hobby, having recognized that she did indeed have a knack for it. "Oh, this? I like analyzing quirks, and I found yours and your friends pretty interesting. Mind if I ask you two a few questions later?" Mina blinked, noticing that there was a drawing of her on the notebook, and smiled. "Sure. You must be pretty smart," she complimented. "Mind if I ask for some help with studying? I have a bit of a hard time with school and stuff." Izumi shrugged. "Sure, I don't mind." And with that, class began in earnest. Mina noticed that Izumi was just half paying attention most of the time, and that every so often she would get this look in her eyes, before scribbling something down on her analysis notebook. She also took frequent drinks out of a rather strange and large bottle of what Mina assumed to be water. Ugh, high school is something else, Mina grumbled, her ears nearly steaming from all the new information she was trying to process in her head. At least now we have lunch, right Midori? Izumi, once again snapped from her thoughts, looked at her quizzically. Midori? Well yeah, your name's Midoriya, and your hair is green. So Midori, Mina explained, standing up and swaying on the ball of her feet. Izumi smiled at the excitable girl. All right then, Ashido-san. I'm gonna have lunch with Himi, but you're free to join. Mina cheered. Great. I'm gonna get Kiri. She bounced her way across the room towards her friend, who was casually talking with Himiko. Hey Himi, mind if these two join us for lunch? Izumi asked the blonde, taking another drink of her sake. Himiko looked away from her conversation to see the pink girl standing next to her girlfriend. Nah, Kiri-kun here's pretty cool in my book. She commented, slightly surprising Izumi. I was thinking we should eat by the cherry tree, since the weather's so nice. Izumi nodded, smiling. That sounds nice, Himi. She then turned to Ashido. You two have your lunch with you? Aijiro smiled, showing his lunchbox. Yeah. Thanks for inviting us, that's really manly. Izumi bristled at that, but nothing compared to how Himiko went completely still, her eyes turning into slits. Izumi knew that she only became like that when she was primed to attack. What do you mean by that? Himiko said, her cold tone sending a shudder down the newcomer's spines. What? Was it something I said? I just said she was manly. Like cool. The chilling aura pouring off Himiko lessened. Oh, I see. Himiko said, letting out a sigh. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I guess not everyone likes being called manly. Aijiro scratched his cheek. I was just surprised. Izumi cut in. Himi's a bit protective of me. Especially since I got misgendered a lot in my old school. She explained. That made Aijiro widen his eyes a bit. Oh, then I'm doubly sorry about that. He bowed slightly in apology. Shouldn't have done someone like me dirty like that. Oh, you're trans too? Awesome. Izumi smiled. Also, I think I overreacted a bit. You're a Crimson Riot fan, aren't you? Yeah. Aijiro cheered, showing his sharp teeth. He's awesome and really inspired me to live a manly life, with no regrets. He's part of why I decided to be a hero. He explained. Oh, you want to be a hero too? Izumi smiled. We should totally train together. Himiko suddenly felt a pang of pity for the boy. Yeah. That'd be awesome. Aijiro once again cheered. Ooh, it's great that we found more people who want to be heroes. Are you trying out for UA too? Mina asked excitedly. Himiko smiled. You know it. I wouldn't have endured Aizachan's hell training if I didn't want to get into the best hero course. That comment earned her a playful smack on the shoulder. Hey, I'm not that bad. Izumi pouted. Himiko looked at the newcomers and winked. Yeah, sure you're not. She said, clearly lying. You're lucky you're cute. Izumi huffed. At that comment, Mina's shipping senses went into overdrive. Come on, we're wasting lunchtime. It was a short walk to the cherry tree. They spotted a few other students nearby, usually in a group. They sat down under the shade. However, before they began eating, something caught Himiko's eye. Hey, that kid over there's all by himself. She whispered, opening her thermos of blood, which she began to drink. Izumi nodded, standing up once again as she continued to sip from her gourd. Excuse me for a minute, she said, walking towards the boy. He was rather tall, though not so much compared to Izumi. His lilac hair which defied gravity and his eye bags, along with his general demeanor, reminded her of her short meeting with Eraserhead. Hey there. Wanna eat with us? Shinso Hitoshi was startled out of his meal, looking towards the source of the voice. Towering next to him was the largest girl he had ever seen, with tan skin and a clearly muscular body, wearing a smile that showed off her rather large fangs. Are you talking to me? He asked, suspiciously. Do you see anyone else here? She replied sarcastically. I saw you sitting here by yourself, and wondered if you'd like to join our group. She gestured, drawing his gaze towards a trio eating under the shade of a tree. It was his first day in a new school, and he wasn't that eager to talk to people. Talking led to questions about his quirks, and he didn't want to be branded a villain just yet. However, taking another look at the girl who had approached him, he paused. There was something very familiar with her. "Wait, you're that Oni girl?" he said in slight disbelief. "From the Aldera incident." His voice, for once, broke from his monotone. Izumi blinked and her smile fell. "That's me." "Thank you," Hitoshi said, his eyes meeting hers. Izumi stood there, confused. You're welcome? So, you want to come over or not?" Then, a thought crossed her mind. He knew who I was, and he seemed relieved when he thanked me. Maybe he also faced discrimination because of his quirk? Well, that won't do. That won't do at all. Hitoshi thought for a moment. He saw the Oni girl as someone who could understand him, but the others might not. Still, he might as well take that chance. Aizawa and Yamada hadn't judged him upon learning his quirk. Sure. He could hope they were different. "Come on then. We're losing daylight," she said, guiding him towards her group. "Hey guys. This is, what's your name again?" "Shinso Hitoshi." "Nice to meet you." The others were confused with how he had intoned that as a question. "Cool. Nice to meet Shinso bro." The red-haired one smiled sharply. "I'm Kirishima Aijuru, and this is Ashido Mina. We just transferred in." "I just got here too," he said, setting up another red flag in Izumi's mind. "And I'm Himiko. Nice to meet you, Toshi-kun." Her smile and sudden nickname made Hitoshi raise an eyebrow. "Why are you doing this?" He whispered, his hand clenching into a fist. "Why are we doing what?" Mina tilted her head in confusion. "Why are you being nice?" He hissed. "You don't owe me anything," he said, a perfect monotone that once again reminded Izumi of Eraserhead. "So why waste time with a villain kid?" There was an unmistakable tinge of spite in his voice, though it wasn't quite directed at them. "Did you kill anyone?" Himiko's sudden question, along with her tone, utterly took him aback. "What?" he asked. "What kind of question is that? Did you hurt someone? Commit a crime? Do you want to kill people?" Himiko's slit pupils unnerved him. "No!" he shouted, still not sure why she was asking these kinds of questions. "Then you're not a villain," Himiko said, her serious expression melting into a smile. "If it's because of your quirk, even less so. You can't be a villain because of your quirk." "You don't understand." He was cut off when Himiko flashed in and out of existence, reappearing right in front of him, holding up her thermos to his nose. "Do you know what this is?" He took a breath and felt a strange but familiar smell in the drink. It smelt of iron, slightly. "It's blood," she answered. "Human blood." That made him widen his eyes. "I need to drink it constantly. My parents called me a monster because of it, but guess what? They were the real monsters." Izumi looked at Mina and Aijuru, trying to gauge their reactions. While they were surprised, she couldn't see fear or disgust in their eyes, which made her relax slightly. "Shinsu-san." Izumi stepped in, still sitting down and taking a sip of her sake. "Tell me, what would happen if All Might decided, on a whim, to become a villain?" The image was instantly in Hitoshi's mind. Nobody could stop him. He could easily destroy the entirety of Japan with his strength. Izumi continued. Best Genist could murder thousands without breaking a sweat. Present Might could turn people into paste. Endeavor. Well, he's a perfect example. How often do his attacks cause massive property damage? Hitoshi found that words failed him. You see? No quirk is inherently villainous, Shinsu-san. But I can take someone's free will away. My quirk's brainwashing. As soon as it activates, you'd have no choice but to obey me. Hitoshi said, sadness clear in his tired eyes. Izumi sighed. First off, that's not brainwashing. That's hypnosis. Hitoshi blinked, looking at her eyes, which were completely serious. Second, your quirk is quite literally perfect for heroics. That got her a baffled look. Think about it, Shinsu-san. You could stop a villain without even fighting them. You could resolve a hostage situation in an instant. Or a jumper, or pretty much anyone who could pose a danger to others or themselves. His eyes were as wide as saucers. He had never even considered how much good his villainous quirk could do. Whoa, that's a pretty manly quirk. Kirishima suddenly spoke. You wouldn't even have to hurt anyone to save people. That's manly as hell. Shinso got the impression that Kirishima didn't know too many adjectives. Himiko smiled, showing off her sharp canines. See what I mean, Toshi-kun? People called me and Izuchan villains because of our quirks. But we're gonna be heroes, and prove them all wrong. Hitoshi found himself smiling as well, though it looked like a smirk. You guys have a few screws loose, you know that? Izumi laughed. Can't be a hero if you're not at least a little crazy. She took another drink, clearly enjoying her beverage. Hey, Izumi, what is it that you're drinking? Is it tasty? Can I have a little? Mina asked, shifting their conversation as the five finally began eating. Izumi shook her head. Sorry, but not really. She said, watching as Mina frowned. You see, just like Himiko, I need to drink something pretty unusual because of my quirk. She said, smiling at the blonde. That had always been something that connected them, aside from the way some people saw their quirks. I may have a special license, but I can't exactly give sake to minors. The newcomers seemed more surprised by that than the reveal that Himiko had to drink blood. Dude, you've been drinking alcohol this whole time? Kirishima asked. Midori, how are you not passed out? Mina looked baffled by that more than anything. Can't really get drunk. Though I admit that I do drink more than I have to, but that's mostly just because I love the taste. Hitoshi then realized something. Wait, do you have something to do with Green Oni? He questioned. The brand? I heard they're pretty big. My mom's got a few bottles for their anniversary. Ijiro commented. Izumi smiled. Oh yeah, I started making sake so I wouldn't drink us out of house and home. She explained with a chuckle. Hitoshi once again smirked. Well, my guardians like your stuff quite a bit. That's good to hear. Izumi said, a soft smile on her face. So, let's talk quirks, she announced, taking out a notebook seemingly from thin air. Kirishima-san, you said your quirk's hardening, right? Do you know your maximum hardness? Can you choose which parts to harden, or is it full body? Is there any visible transformation? Can you move normally, or is it stiff? How deep does your hardness go? I wonder if, mumble, Himiko took her out of her spiral with a flick to the forehead. I don't think I caught all of that, Kirishima said, slightly awestruck with how quickly the girl had spat out question after question. Others were similarly dumbfounded. Sorry, it's a bad habit of mine, she said, blushing slightly, before repeating her most important questions. Well, I don't know exactly how hard I can get, but when I was a kid I almost got run over and I was fine once I activated my quirk. So, pretty hard. I can choose which parts to harden, and they look like this. He demonstrated by hardening his arm. I get a bit slower, but not much. But what did you mean by how deep my hardness goes? Oh, I was just wondering if you only hardened your skin or your organs too. Because if it's only skin deep, then a strong enough blow could still break your bones or impact your organs, she said, casually writing on her notebook, while Ijiro winced at the thought. Well, I'm not sure. I always pictured it as hardening my skin, since that's what my doctor told me. Izumi found that answer acceptable, for now at least. Well, we can work on that. Izumi smiled, and though it was innocent enough, the panicked look on Himiko's face told him that it wasn't gonna be a good time. What about you, Ashido-san? You said you could make acid all across your body, right? The pink girl nodded. Can you control what acid you make? What about viscosity? Could you make bases with some effort? Do the horns have anything to do with it, or are they just a mutation? How much acid can you make? How resistant is your skin to your acid? She asked, still speaking rather quickly, but attempting to be understandable. Whoa, I don't know if I can answer all of that. Mina said, her cheeks flushing a vibrant purple. I can control the strength and viscosity, But I don't think I can make anything other than acid. I don't really know what kind of acid it is, either. My horns are just a mutation, like my eyes, that I got from my mom. I can make a lot of acid, but after a while I start dehydrating. As for my resistance, well, if I make my strongest acid, I start getting burns after a few seconds. A few minutes with my medium strength stuff. Izumi nodded, jotting down the information. Again, that's something we can work on. She then looked at her next victim. Shinso, you said you could hypnotize people. Voice-based, right? How'd you know that? He asked, raising a worried eyebrow. Well, you seemed hesitant to speak when we first talked. And since I can assume you face discrimination based on your quirk, I thought that hesitation had something to do with how your quirk worked. The trio of newcomers was slowly becoming afraid of the Oni and how observant she was. They had a feeling that she had already taken note of each and every weakness they had. Okay, if someone responds to me, I can take over their minds. I've never really tested it much. I'm probably gonna have to be an underground hero, since if someone knows how my quirk works, they can get around it fairly easily. Oh cool. I'm going underground too. Himiko said with a smile. My quirk lets me transform into people whose blood I drink, so I'd be really suited to infiltration and stuff like that. Speaking of which, you look a lot like Eraser-chan. Hitoshi blinked for a moment. Wait, you know Eraserhead? Who's Eraserhead? I dressed. What's an underground hero? Mina tilted her head, completely lost. Oh, Eraserhead's like my favorite hero, after Vlad King. Himiko smiled. Izumi's a total All Might fangirl, but Eraserhead's a close second too. Hitoshi was, to say the least, very surprised that he had met two other fans of his personal hero. Yeah, he's the best. Izumi said, smiling. He'd probably be the number 2 hero if he were in the limelight. I only met him once, but he gave me an autograph after I bribed him with sake. She took out another notebook, flipping to the page with his autograph. Hitoshi's eyes widened at that. Holy shit, Midoriya, he said, grasping the notebook. He hasn't even signed my picture of him. And I live with the guy. He let slip. Wait, you live with Eraserhead? Izumi gasped in surprise. You do look like his son. Himiko snickered. Hitoshi sighed. Well, unfortunately he's not my dad. He did save me from the foster system a few months ago. I kinda have you to thank for that, though, Midoriya. How so? Izumi raised an eyebrow. After I saw the news of the Aldra incident, I figured that I could find Detective Tsukachi and he'd help me. Why do I get the feeling this is getting kinda personal? Mina stage whispered to Aijuru, who chopped her on the head with a smile. Oh yeah, Tsukachi's the best. Himiko cheered. I'm glad you managed to find you, and that you're with a better family. Well, Aizawa-san does have the habit of picking up strays. And I have to admit that Yamada-san's reaction to me showing up was hilarious. Shoyuta, you said you were bringing home a stray. That's a whole but teenager. Hitoshi joked. Izumi once again widened her eyes in surprise. Wait a minute, Yamada-san? Holy shit, Eraserhead's married to present Mike? Hitoshi was once again astounded by Izumi's level of fanatism for heroes. Oops. He shrugged. Well yeah, they're married. And they have so many cats. Himiko placed a hand on his shoulder. I demand pictures, she said, completely serious. Later, Himi. First, let me ask my questions. Izumi interrupted. Shinso-san, after someone responds to you, you have to willingly activate your quirk, right? He nodded. Okay, how long can you wait before you activate it? How complex can your orders be? What happens if the order is impossible to complete? Does the person try anyway, or does the hypnosis break? How long does the hypnosis last? Does the target remember what happened? Hitoshi tried his best to keep the questions in his mind. He thought for a moment, slightly unsure. Well, I know I can wait a bit before I activate it, and that it lasts until I release it, but someone can snap out due to pain. Izumi nodded, writing it down immediately. If I give an impossible order, they still try to complete it. I guess, but they usually snap out of it after failing. Like, if I ordered you to fly, you'd still try, but once you failed to do so, you'd wake up. I can't really give complex orders, or anything that requires higher reasoning, including speech. Nobody seems to remember, but they do know that they were hypnotized. Izumi nodded, taking a moment to frantically write down her notes. Well, I think we could train your quirk so that you could one day make someone speak. It would really help with confessions or figuring out a villain's plan. Hitoshi blinked, once again astounded that someone could consider his quirk useful for heroics. We could do some training later to try and figure it out. Wait, you'd let me use my quirk on you? Hitoshi asked, more and more convinced that the girl in front of him was straight up insane. We literally just met. Well, we gotta train somehow. And it would be really useful for heroics. She answered, not missing a beat. Plus, I'm curious as to what it'd be like to be under hypnosis. And the way you just reacted shows that you wouldn't abuse my trust. Hitoshi blinked, still unsure what to say. Also, can I make a suggestion? Himiko cut in. What is it? Hitoshi asked, focusing on the vampire. Since your activation requirement's easy to avoid, and you can wait before activating it, how about you mask it as something else? That way, it would take much longer for someone to figure it out. Himiko suggested. What do you mean? Hitoshi asked, confused. Oh, that's a great idea, Himi. Izumi lit up at the possibilities. Shinso-san, you could pretend that your activation requirement is something else. You could make villains think that it's something like getting a riddle wrong, or responding to a joke. How many people would respond unconsciously if you just suddenly asked them a knock-knock joke? Hitoshi deadpanned. Are you serious? He then considered the possibility. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. I can't believe I said that. He facepalmed. Just then, the bell rang, and they all scurried to their feet so they could head to class. Hey, Shinso, let's meet up after school. We can go train. Himiko shuddered. You too, Ashido-san, Kirishima-san. Hitoshi hesitated for a moment. Sure. I just need to talk to my guardians. Same. Mina also answered. Bet it's gonna be so much fun. Himiko didn't say anything, despite knowing it would be the opposite of fun. There would be only pain. Yeah, training with more people is way better. Izumi smiled, showing her fangs. Also, tell Eraserhead I said hi. Hitoshi nodded shakily, moving back to his own class. Figured. What's up? Need me to pick you up? Aizawa asked, picking up the phone as he was woken up from his nap. No, I'm fine, Aizawa-san. Shinso responded in a monotone. I'm just calling because, what? I made some friends and they invited me to train after school. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that. Oh sure, that's fine. Just text me where you're headed afterwards. Tell Hisashi too. He gets way more worried than I do. The gruff man chuckled. Oh thanks. Also, Midoriya-san told me to tell you she says hi. The underground hero searched his memory for a bit before remembering who that was. What are the odds? He hummed in amusement. Tell the problem child I could do with some more sake. Hitoshi found himself chuckling along with Aizawa. Will do. See you later. Hitoshi said. Take care out there, kid. Aizawa said, disconnecting the call. So, I've been meaning to ask. Mina caught Izumi's attention as they arrived at Takoba Beach. Are you dating Himiko or something? Izumi paused for a moment. Yup, why? That caught Mina briefly off guard. She had expected at least some form of embarrassment from the Oni girl, and seeing her so brazenly confirm her relationship caused her to blush instead. Just a hunch. Ooh, why you want in? Himiko giggled next to them, making Mina's face turn from pink to purple as she sputtered. Kirishima and Hitoshi stood off to the side, rather amused by the scene. Kirishima especially, knowing how often Mina liked to tease other people and finding it funny that the tables had finally turned. What? Mina sputtered. Izumi shot Himiko a half-hearted glare, before huffing in amusement. Himiko, you can't just proposition every cute girl we meet. See cute? Mina's blush only grew. Says who? Himiko challenged playfully. I've been making moves on Cheiko, and May's next on my list. Izumi stared at her with an unamused look. Himi, I'm pretty sure May doesn't know what AC is. The others blinked at that comment. Sure she does, I explained it to her last week. Himiko replied without missing a beat. Izumi paled at that information. Himiko, what have you done? They stood before Takoba Beach, specifically the part that was already clean. On the sand, they could see a pink-haired girl working on a very strange machine. Upon closer inspection, it was clear what that was. Himiko, what have you done? Am I crazy, or is that a dash? Hitoshi began, before being interrupted as the pink-haired girl noticed them and suddenly came barreling towards the group. Muscles. Blondie. You'll never believe the baby I just made. The newcomers blushed at the phrasing of it all. She turned her head to acknowledge them, and they felt that they were very much in danger. Oh, new test subjects? Yup, they were in danger. Hitoshi regretted everything. No, May. They're here to train with us. That got May to cackle for a moment. Great. And while they do, we can try out my baby. May said excitedly. May, where the hell did you even get an idea like this? Izumi said, sounding completely done already. Well, Blondie told me some fascinating stuff, and I was looking stuff up on the internet, right? Izumi wondered who the hell gave her unrestricted access to the internet. Then she realized that May already had her own computer rig in her workshop, and that none of them could have stopped her. And then I found this very educational site called Pornhub. Is she for real right now? Idra asked, looking to Mina, who had simply gone catatonic. It amazed the boy how someone so interested in that stuff was at the same time so embarrassed by it. But then I realized that to do that I'd have to find a male, so instead I made a baby. May finished her explanation, which left the quintet dumbfounded. Well, 4 of them, since Himiko was instead cackling on the floor. May, that stuff's for adults. Izumi deadpanned. Why? May was completely incredulous. Because, May, and I can't believe I have to say this, that's a FNC toy. Izumi yelled. Sorry. She immediately calmed down and apologized, gently patting the short girl's head. But you really shouldn't make that kind of stuff, May. But why not? She moved away from Izumi's touch, reluctantly. The videos I saw made it seem really good. Mina let out a squeak from sheer embarrassment. Can't we try it out? Izumi sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. May, even if we weren't in public and could get arrested for public indecency, we're still too young to be doing that kind of stuff. May sighed. Fian. But I'm keeping that end part. Izumi huffed, knowing she couldn't really prevent her from doing so. Fine. Just, don't go overboard with it. When do I ever go overboard? She then thought for a second, looked back at her latest creation, and sighed defeatedly. Yeah, I know, dumb question. So, that aside, guys, this is Hatsume May. Despite what you've seen, that earned her a protesting shout. She's a brilliant engineer, and also aiming for UA's support course. May blushed at the praise, however underhanded, and then remembered something. Oh, muscles, I remember, I finally made those training babies you asked me for. Izumi smiled at that. That's great, May. The pink-haired girl rushed to a bag that was lying on the sand and brought out 4 manacles, 1 for each limb, presenting them to Izumi. Well, then, she looked at the quartet, smiling in a way that just barely showed her fangs, while putting on the weights and feeling their mechanisms start working, making them progressively heavier until a certain threshold. Let's get to it. Awesome. Will we be sparring? Kirishima asked, grinning with eagerness. Oh, can we do some acrobatics? Mina added. Will we be doing quirk training like you said? Hitoshi continued. Izumi shook her head, her smile widening into a fierce grin. Nope. We'll do all that stuff later on. First we gotta build up our strength. And we'll do that by cleaning this whole beach. The newcomers looked at the rest of Takoba and paled. Kilometers of waste and rubbish lined the sea. A literal mountain of trash. Beside them, they heard Himiko chuckling. Well guys, welcome to hell. Sheet. They collectively thought, dreading what was to come. Hitoshi stumbled home, his mind having practically shut down to cope with his soreness and his stench. Whoa, what happened to you, Toshi? You look like you've seen hell? Are you okay? You said you were gonna train, right? The boy looked at Hisashi with a harrowed look as the hero fussed over his ward. She's crazy. Crazy. What happened, kid? And why do you smell like that? Shoyuta emerged from the kitchen with a large piping hot mug of black coffee. And poor Himiko, she's been doing that for months. He despaired, realizing now why the girl winced at the mention of training. And she did all that without even stopping for a second. She grabbed that car over her head. His guardians had grown increasingly concerned, and despite the stench, Hisashi placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Toshi? Did you get attacked by a villain? Did someone hurt you? You can tell us, you know. Hitoshi crumpled at that, trying to hold in his tears. It was the training. So much trash. Takoba Beach. I don't, he rambled, drawing even more concerned looks from the hero couple. I could barely haul my pile. I'm so weak. His eyes seemed to focus as his brain finally went off autopilot. God, I smell awful. Kid, just tell us what happened. Aizawa huffed. Hitoshi looked at the man with dead eyes. Training, Dad. He said, unconsciously using the term. Hell training. At that, Aizawa smirked. Well, I hope by the time you get to UA you're used to it. He said. 'Cause it'll only get harder from there. Hitoshi shot him a deadpan look. I'm not so sure about that. He then remembered something. Oh, and here. He pulled something out of his backpack, placing it on the countertop. Enjoy. He mumbled, trudging his way to the bathroom. Hisashi and Shoyuta inspected the object. It was a bottle of green Oni Jinju. Well, today was a bust as well. Toshinori sighed. It's clear that whoever is cleaning this beach has kept at it. It really is a lot of trash. He mumbled. I thought that coming by during summer vacation would yield some results, but alas. He picked up an aluminum can at his feet as he continued his evening walk, chucking it at a bin once he found one. Would it really kill people to try and dispose of their rubbish properly? He grimaced. Next time, I'll try to drop by in the morning. Unfortunately for him, when he next came in early October, just as the wind began to chill, he found nobody once again, only noting the absence of even more of the garbage. Not here in the morning either, huh? Well, whoever this elusive cleaner is, or whoever they are, can't rule that out. They're clearly dedicated. He launched skyward, knowing he would barely be on time for his meeting about the MLA investigation after this detour. Is this shape good? Izumi narrowed her eyes, staring at the metal in her hands, which had just cooled off from her attempts at molding it. Being able to directly bend the hot metal with her sheer strength and heat resistance was the main reason she had even been roped into her current situation, though she had to admit that it was a nice change of pace from her usual training. It's perfect. May grinned, bouncing next to her with excitement clear on her face. We're gonna make eye bags the perfect baby. She immediately took the completed part off Izumi's hands. Now for the output system. Izumi looked over the pink-haired girl's design, surprised by how detailed they were. Huh, you really put a lot of thought into this analog speaker system. Of course. May said with a chipperness that came from a healthy diet and a surprisingly rested mind. Now that she actually slept consistently, most of her designs, although odd in concept, were surprisingly well thought out. I always put my all into them. Huh, they really are your babies, May. Izumi chuckled, already getting started on assembling the speakers. They're our babies now, Izumi. Just wait until we get to UA. We're gonna make so many. May cheered, a light shade of pink on her cheeks as she thought of spending even more time together in a workshop. Sure. Izumi also blushed. I'm not sure I'll have time to handle the workload of both heroics and support engineering, but I'll help out. Whenever I can. May pouted slightly at her non-committal answer. She knew that Izumi's love for heroism was on par with her own love for her babies. That's okay. The inventor replied, in a soft, unenthusiastic tone. As long as you keep helping and using my gear, I'll be happy. Her tone betrayed that, at least, was mostly true. She was under no illusion that she would be able to monopolize the Oni's time. I do enjoy working with you like this, May. Izumi smiled softly, brushing her hand against the other girl's arm, though not committing to a proper touch. And I won't stop hanging around the workshop when I'm free, even if I don't end up trying for engineering, okay? May gave the girl a smile. Okay, let's get cracking, this baby won't finish itself. Izumi chuckled along as May got back into her rhythm, also turning her focus to the work ahead of her. Hello there. So you're the one who just moved in? How are you settling? Yatsubashi Rikiya sat in his penthouse office, overlooking the skyline of Daika City, his masterpiece and the bulwark of a new, brighter tomorrow. The man in front of him was unassuming at first, but his meta ability spoke for itself. He would make an excellent addition to the cause. Better than I hoped, sir, the man said, smiling softly. I'm just happy that I was invited to join this company. He was rather short, with a bulky frame and black hair that was cut rather short. Why, of course. After we caught wind of your dismissal, despite your marvelous qualifications, how could I not invite you? Yatsubashi smiled from ear to ear. A toothy grin that told the onlookers of his true nature. Why, thank you, sir. But I'm not sure I deserve all that praise. The man said sheepishly. Nonsense. Yatsubashi cackled. Your meta ability is invaluable to our operation. The man's meta ability was simple in concept, but marvelous in execution. The ability to alter the atomic structure of any non-living material he touched. He could quickly turn a block of iron into a proper structure, or even turn coal into diamond in a few hours. Indeed, Destro considered himself lucky to have found him. Well, thank you. Honestly, the past few months have been rather rough for me, given how the reason for my termination was publicized. Indeed, that was the other reason why Yatsubashi wanted to bring this man in. Well, I believe you've suffered a great injustice. The CEO said, still smiling. I mean, you were only right to complain about your treatment by that company. The way they cast you and your meta ability aside in favor of that hollow. Despicable. The man smiled in kind. Right? He exclaimed. Why should some quirkless nobody get a promotion instead of me? It's just ridiculous. Indeed. Yatsubashi laughed. Well, no worries, we are more than happy to take you in. Suddenly, another man approached the table. Yes. I should introduce you to your new direct superior. The man came into the light. Tall, gaunt, with red curly hair and a freckle pattern that resembled a diamond, he was equally unassuming, but the man could tell there was more to him. This is Akatani Hisashi, or, as you may come to know him, Akatani let out a sigh, flames coming out of his mouth as he did. Dragon. Nice to meet you, sir. The new hire said, in a pleasing tone. Likewise, Harasaki-san. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Dragon smiled at his new subordinate. Well, then, Harasaki-san. Yatsubashi brought his attention back to him. We'll introduce you to your workplace tomorrow. I'm glad you decided to join our cause. Harasaki Hentetsu smiled, putting his thumb to his forehead and forming an L with his index finger. All for the liberation of meta abilities. Yatsubashi smirked. Yes, he'll do well here. Very good. Akatani-san, please escort our comrade here on his way out. Hentetsu walked beside the rather unsettling man, his new boss. But he wouldn't let himself cower too much. Just a little, to sell his image better. Why, you have any family, sir? He thought to ask, hoping to endear himself to Akatani as soon as possible. The man huffed in displeasure, and Hentetsu cursed internally, not letting any of it show. Not anymore, he said curtly. Unfortunately, it seems that the pretender I somehow ended up marrying couldn't produce a child with the meta ability. The venom was clear in his tone. Unfortunately, I was proven wrong. My son did have one, but it was nothing but a pitiful little mutation. Not sure which is better, a hollow or a freak. Dragon turned to him with a smile. What do you think? Hentetsu swallowed, trying to sell his nervousness. He was a timid man, and Akatani was certainly intimidating under the cold light of the Detonarat headquarters. However, his training had made sure that he wouldn't truly lose his grip. Well, could he still be useful? Hisashi blinked, considering it for a moment. Perhaps. His mutation does offer a strength increase. However, I doubt he'd come running if I suddenly showed up. Hentetsu hummed in agreement. Well, one can't be sure. A hollow, especially one that turned into a freak, would likely not have many people in their corner. Perhaps he would be glad to see his father return. Akatani seemed deep in thought. Well, perhaps. He paused. They had reached the entrance. Well, here's where we part. Good luck tomorrow. All for the liberation of meta abilities. Hentetsu smirked internally. He knew exactly who Akatani Hisashi's daughter was. Here he was hoping to see the man with a broken nose after a visit to Muzutafu. Thank you, sir. All for the liberation of meta abilities. Hentetsu soon arrived at his new apartment. It was rather Spartan, with a few decorations placed here or there, to sell the image of a mechanic. He checked his watch. 21. I'm right on time. He sat down on the leftmost cushion of his couch, turning on the TV and soon closing his eyes, a way to fool any prying eyes. Ma'am, I'm back. Harasaki-san. Good to hear from you. A voice echoed in his mind. Captain Ninkai Omoi, his true boss. A woman with a quirk that allowed her to establish a two-way telepathic connection, so long as she knew her target's exact location. What do you have to report to us? The leader of the Revolutionary Army is indeed who we thought it was. He thought, still pretending to be asleep. Yatsubashi Rikiya invited me to his office to discuss my new position. He seemed quite convinced. Good. Omoi said, her smile made clear by her tone. Have you met any of his other commanders? Just one. Akatani. Hisashi, codenamed Dragon. Seems to be the head of production at Detnerat. He answered. He seems like a piece of sheet. He had to hold back a smirk. Well, it comes with the territory, Harasaki. Now, continue to report as you find more information. The deeper you get, the better. You know we can't record anything while you're there, but once you leave for your yearly family visit, Enisawa-san can extract the information. Captain Ninkai explained. Will do, Chief. He replied. Good work today. I'm off to report to Tsukachi. Omoi said. And I'm off to deal with a bunch of quirkist assholes. Hentetsu smirked internally. Back in his office, Destro closed the window displaying the footage inside his Newire's apartment. Well, it seems I was worried for nothing. He mumbled. After a week of monitoring him inside his house, nothing really seemed out of the ordinary with the man. He had nothing that indicated him being a spy, despite hailing from Muzutafu. Yatsubashi Rikiya thought himself a very smart man. Excerpts from Quirk Analysis for the Future, Volume, Decrypted. Quirk, Zero Gravity. Possible change to gravity manipulation. Type, Emitter, minor mutation. Subtype, 5-point contact, involuntary. Description, allows Ochako to change gravity's effect on an object upon 5-point contact. Her default is floating a short distance from the ground, though the distance seems to be subconscious. Things she cares about tend not to float too much. On the other hand, if she doesn't care much for the object she has tagged, it can float quite a distance from her. Upon commenting on my relationship with Bakugo, she mentioned yeeting that a-hole into the sun. Unsure if she will follow through. The quirk appears to cancel momentum upon the object, which led to the theory of it actually being a form of force manipulation. Effect can be transferred through a wire, and she can change the effect on a tagged object without touching it again. Touch all points for release. Primary drawbacks. Overexertion of quirk factor leads to extreme nausea. Requires 5-point contact. Current weight limit, 6 tons. Methods of neutralization. Hands are an obvious weakness that can be exploited, as with most FPC quirks. Ochako has middling knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, and her straightforwardness can also be considered a weak point. She can be exceedingly tenacious, so total immobilization is recommended. Stalling can also be effective, as her quirk's drawbacks increase over time, especially if used on herself. Current focus of training, improving hand-to-hand combat and weight limit. Attempting to increase self-activation time. Evolution since first entry, she discovered the method of changing the force vector created by her quirk. Great increase of weight limit. Primary strengths, Ochako is exceptionally suited to rescue and villain capture. Her quirk renders any villain without air maneuverability helpless, facilitating capture. Increased gravity can disable pretty much any foe she can tag. Additionally, it can be used to stabilize collapsing structures. Extra note: we figured out how to combat nausea for the most part. Conscious dissipation of the stored force into the air reduces strain. Himiko. Quirk. Transform. Type: transformation, minor mutation. Subtype: resource, blood. Description: Himiko can transform into anyone whose blood she drinks, copying their appearance and optionally their clothes. Minor cap mutation, possibly increasing agility and flexibility. Blood conversion rate, 20 hours every 300 milliliters. Primary drawbacks: quirk-based diet. Lack of blood can lead to quirk psychosis, as with most blood quirks. Methods of neutralization can be detected due to not inheriting memories of people she transforms to. Relies on stealth and weapons, can be overpowered easily. Current focus of training, Tantojutsu. Increasing proficiency with non-lethal use of bladed weapons. Evolution since first entry, Himiko can now use transformation-type quirks when transformed, with some difficulty. Primary strengths: Himiko is exceptional at quirkless combat, stealth, and acting. Quirk is extremely suited for infiltration, especially considering the user's skills. Hatsume May. Quirk: true sight. Type: heteromorph. Subtype: sensory visual. Description: previously called zoom. May's quirk affects her eyes, enabling her to use several effects. Telescopic and microscopic vision were the first aspects to manifest, which led to the mislabeling of her quirk. She has since discovered dark vision, infrared, X-ray, and more recently developed energy sight and what I like to call soul vision. Energy sight: May can focus and see the flow of energy, allowing her to read electrical circuits and even detect the activation of most emitter quirks. Soul vision: May has only recently developed this ability, which turns her eyes a brighter yellow. While it is active, she can essentially see the color of one's soul or their intentions. Requires more testing. She says my soul's too bright to look at directly. I take that as a compliment. Primary drawbacks: overuse of the quirk, especially her special abilities, can cause eye strain and migraines. Her manic personality can also lead to malfunctions on the gear she creates, though these incidents have lessened due to my assistance and her energy sight catching possible issues early. Evolution since first entry, May has developed the two aforementioned abilities. Primary strengths: May is perhaps the smartest person I know of without an intelligence quirk. Perhaps she can even surpass those who have one, bar Nizu, for obvious reasons. I don't even know him, but just the stories make me shiver. I'd really like to meet him one day. Her inventions are not only creative, but will be very useful for hero work. This is in conjunction with a borderline miraculous speed with which she completes her inventions. Furthermore, she has incredible programming and hacking prowess. She refuses to tell me why, though. Ashido Mina. Quirk: acid. Type: emitter, minor mutation. Subtype: full body, hazardous substance. Description: Mina can secrete various acids from her pores. Main use centered around her hands and feet. She can control the viscosity and concentration of her acid at will. She can also create a super acid that melts through everything it touches. Pink skin is a mutation due to her skin's acid resistance. Current limit: 15 minutes, regular sulfuric acid, normal concentration. 1 minute, sulfuric acid, maximum concentration. 6 seconds, super acid. Primary drawbacks: limited time for acid production, especially stronger varieties. Uses very little strategy during combat, mitigated by her ability to adapt on the fly. Very reluctant to use acid on live targets, which causes hesitation. May accidentally create acid if startled or embarrassed. Methods of neutralization: don't give her time to adapt, abuse her hesitation to use her quirk directly to take her out. Avoid lingering contact. Current focus of training: studying chemistry, increasing her resistance to acid and working on hand-to-hand combat. The first one's rather daunting. Evolution since first entry: increased combat prowess, along with improvement to her acid resistance and control. Primary strengths: Mina is very flexible and acrobatic, due to her background in dancing. She incorporates dance moves and agility into a rather efficient style of combat, along with using a weak, viscous acid to increase her land speed. Kirishima Iger. Quirk: hardening. Type: transformation. Subtype: durability enhancement, non-reactive. Description: Igeru can harden his body, or sections of his body, to incredible levels. This hardness also seems to increase slightly the more damage he receives over his lifetime. He can currently harden his epidermis and has recently learned to harden his dermis, reaching a much more durable state, which he can only maintain for a short time. He has dubbed this his unbreakable state. Unbreakable limit: 15 seconds. Primary drawbacks: limited time for unbreakable, vulnerability to sneak attacks, extreme straightforwardness in combat out of a desire to be manly. Methods of neutralization: sneak attacks can reliably get past his hardening, since he has to consciously activate his transformation. Stalling tactics can also be effective, since transforming takes concentration, doubly so for unbreakable. He has a notable weakness to grappling. Current focus of training: extending time for use of unbreakable, along with techniques to avoid and escape being grappled. Evolution since first entry: increased hardness of regular transformation, can now easily tank my hits at full strength, and development of unbreakable, can shrug off my hits at full size. Primary strengths: excellent defensive and offensive abilities. Hardness can also translate to increased striking power, especially with knife hand strikes. The fact that his hardness will only increase over time, along with our frequent spars, has led to steady improvement. He's the only one who's eager to work out at Takoba. Shinso Hitoshi, Mini Racer Head. Quirk: hypnosis. Type: Mitter. Subtype: mental, voice activated. Description: formerly mislabeled brainwashing, Hitoshi's quirk is activated by the target's response to his voice, inducing a voluntary takeover of their mind. Only one person can be hypnotized at a time, though he can have multiple people under hypnosis. This process can be delayed up to a minute after trigger, and lasts until dismissed or the target feels pain above a certain threshold. From activation, Hitoshi can then give orders to the target. Targets may snap out of hypnosis if the order is impossible, but will still try to complete the order. He has recently learned how to access higher brain functioning in his targets, allowing them to perform more complex tasks, as well as speak. Current limit: 8 people. Primary drawbacks: baseline human strength. Knowing the true activation requirements pretty much removes the danger of hypnosis. Having too many people under control gives him migraines, and it passively gives him insomnia. Pain threshold for snapping out of his control is very light. Methods of nullification: silence and use of overwhelming force. Current focus of training: physical conditioning, alongside quirkless sparring. Quirk training to improve its limit and complexity of orders. Evolution since first entry: Hitoshi can now order targets to forget things, though the memory is not truly lost. Implant suggestions that last beyond the scope of the hypnosis, perform tasks such as writing, and can command people to speak. He has also learned to mimic other people's voices. Primary strengths: Hitoshi has learned how to effectively mask his quirk's activation requirements, choosing to present his targets with riddles, some of which have no correct answer. He has an excellent strategic mind, and his quirk is perfectly suited to de-escalation and ambush tactics. He and Himiko could undermine a criminal empire in a day, tops. He has also begun training with a capture scarf and tantojutsu. He really is a mini eraserhead. He hates it when I call him that. Izumi looked up from her notebook with a comfortable smile. May sat by her, tinkering with a small component that she was going to add to her current design of Ochako's boots. She really is a bit of a marvel. Izumi remembered her last birthday quite fondly, especially since May had somehow managed to order her 2 sets of quirk-integrated clothing, allowing her to finally train with her full size. She had no idea where the inventor got enough money to afford all of this, but at this point, she was too afraid to ask. The first set was what she currently wore. A black and green ensemble of workout clothes, complete with a jacket and trousers for cold weather. The second, which had quickly become her favorite set, bar her, in her opinion, hilarious novelty shirts, which had multiple apparel written on the front, was a full-on traditional clothing set. A hakama, sarasher, kimono, everything. She looked out into the distance, smiling as she took in the fruits of their labor. Takoba Beach was now completely clean. They had even run through it with a comb to catch the small bits of scrap which hid on the sand. And it was beautiful. They had just watched the last truckload of garbage be taken away, before the others dramatically collapsed onto the sand, thanking the heavens that it was finally over. Izumi was pretty sure it was a bit by that point, but she decided to indulge her friends, especially since Ochako had begun to visit more often, as with today. It was, after all, Izumi's 18th birthday. Come on, you guys. No need to be so dramatic. She scoffed as the others groaned, still on the floor. Shut up, Midori. It's finally over. Mina groaned from her spot. Hey, Himi, get off. Ochako giggled as Himiko latched onto her and began nibbling on her neck. Seriously, I'm already tired enough without the blood loss. Seeing she was fighting a losing battle, she instead turned her glare to Izumi. Omimachi now, she said, completely serious, causing the group to devolve into laughter as Izumi took a drink of her sake with an amused smirk on her face. Huh, it's finally clean. Izumi heard a baritone voice behind her. She turned her head to see a giant skeleton of a man standing there, with a soft smile on his emaciated face, which was only slightly covered by his messy, disheveled head of blonde hair. You there, do you happen to know who cleaned this beach? Izumi paused for a moment, standing to see she was surprisingly just a bit taller than he was, though that didn't account for his hunched posture. Oh well, that was us, Mr. Yagi Tashinori. He supplied, before widening his eyes, piercing blue irises surrounded by a void of black sclerae. Wait, you're young Midoriya, aren't you? That took her completely by surprise. I'm sorry, Yagi-san, but do I know you? He smiled wistfully and shook his head. Oh, we've never met. But I have a good friend who's known you for a while. Detective Tsukachi. She smiled at the name, and Himiko suddenly appeared next to them, no longer committing to the bit. You know Detective-chan? That drew a chuckle from him, which made him cough blood. Oh God, that doesn't look healthy. Never thought blood could look uncute, she mumbled. Ah, sorry about that, young lady, he said, grimacing. I'm afraid I suffered an injury some 5 years ago. Lost my stomach and most of my right lung. He then smiled, which confused the two slightly. Though I heard you were the one behind Green Oni. I must thank you personally for that non-alcoholic version you cooked up. Izumi smiled, taking a sip of her gourd. Glad it helped someone out. Tashinori nodded. It was also quite a hit with another acquaintance of mine. He paused for a moment, trailing his eyes across the beach, before they landed on her. Well, pardon me for asking, but what possessed you to clean up this whole beach? That was no small feat there. Most people just ignored it. Himiko shot her girlfriend a soft glare. She just wanted to torture us. That earned her a chop to the top of her head. Meanie. Well, Yagi-san, I can't really tell you why specifically. My mother told me she had come here ages ago, when she was practically a baby. She smiled. We all want to be heroes, and hauling all that garbage was surprisingly good for strength training. Plus, it's kind of like community service, you know? Most heroes nowadays are more focused on glory and fame, but I think being a hero is also giving back to the community. That's a wonderful motivation, young Midoriya. Tashinori gave her a full smile. Despite it looking objectively creepy, it managed to look both reassuring and oddly familiar. But tell me, why do you want to be a hero? You made it rather clear it wasn't for fame or glory, so why? Izumi thought for a moment, snapping out of her thoughts once Himiko wrapped her hands around her arm. Pulsar, when I was a kid, all I wanted was to be a hero who saved people with a smile, just like All Might. But then, I got misdiagnosed as quirkless. Even still, I still hoped I could become a hero. She smiled melancholically. I used to want to ask him, If someone could be a hero without a quirk. Hell, I still would ask him if we ever met for some reason. She paused. Nobody believed in me after that. You heard of the Aldra incident, right? You can guess what it was like. When I got my quirk, I thought things would change, but instead I just went from a worthless, quirkless Deku to a monster. She grimaced at the memory. So now I want to be a hero so that nobody else has to go through what I did. I still look up to All Might, but when I was a kid, I looked up to the #1 hero. Now I look up to the symbol of peace. I want to be there so that nobody has to suffer from discrimination. I want to be there so no kid has to suffer from abuse by their family. Himiko's hands tightened around her girlfriend's bicep. I want to be there so no kid has to grow up alone. May glanced back at her, smiling sadly. I want to be there, and when people look at me, they can feel hope. She smiled at that, and Toshinori could see the determination burning in her eyes. That's why I want to be a hero. To build a better future with my own hands. That's a lofty goal, young Midoriya. Toshinori chuckled. Though I see you're a bit of an All Might fangirl. He chuckled, followed by Himiko. She has a shrine dedicated to All Might in her room. Himiko giggled in confirmation. Hey, I have other hero merch. Izumi hissed, drawing another amused laugh from Toshinori. Well, a hero fangirl, then. He corrected. Izumi sighed, defeated, and took another drink from her gourd. Well yeah, I just really admire heroes. All Might, Gang Orca, Miruko, Ryukyu, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Ingenium. They really inspire me. Izumi said, smiling softly. Quite a selection, there, young Midoriya. Toshinori said, a certain fondness in his voice. Well, I'm sure that, given time, you'll be able to become a symbol beyond even All Might. He stated. Izumi blushed at the thought. Well, I don't really know about that. He is the symbol of peace for a reason. I could never hope to be like him. Far from it. You'll be like you, and that's what'll take you to the stars. He said, his smile growing. Thanks for indulging this old man, young Midoriya. Here, my business card. If you ever want to talk heroics. He took a small card and handed it to her, before turning back to walk away. Oh, and for what it's worth, I think that you would have made a great hero, even without a quirk. He turned his head briefly to add in one last comment, before properly going his merry way. Izumi didn't even glance at the card in her hands, as she continued observing the retreating figure of the mysterious man. He felt so familiar, though it was clear she had never once met the man. So why the heck do I keep getting this feeling? Hey, what was that all about? Oh my god. Ochako ran up to Izumi's side and immediately froze upon seeing the card she was holding. Himiko, shocked out of her own thoughts, also looked at the card, and similarly froze. Aizu-chan? Have you looked at that card he gave you? The rest of the group was now standing around the Oni girl. After seeing Yagi disappear into the city, she was finally knocked out of her stupor. What about, wait. Her eyes dropped to look at the card, and subsequently bulged as she took in its contents. Yagi Toshinori. Personal Secretary. Might Tower, 15 Kis. Boulevard, Minato Ward, Tokyo. Tell. Hashtag 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 dash hashtag 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 dash hashtag hashtag hashtag. Himiko, did I just? Izumi mumbled, her tone one of complete shock. Yup. And did he just? Yup. What the F dash? Her scream echoed through the now pristine Takoba beach. What a way to kick off her adulthood.